Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, hey!
And how are we doing, everybody? Everybody's having a fantastic Saturday. We're here for Spline Design Studios Saturday, and got some new stuff to show for the Texas Motor Speedway build for NASCAR Racing 2003 racing simulation. Pretty cool. Lots of really cool stuff. And a lot of
Let's get ready
smaller
to
rumbles. Got that right. Evan redeeming that rumble. Yeah, we got some stuff gonna go on here. That's for sure. We're gonna get some little bit of racing in too. We didn't get to tweak on, I guess, in between, I guess, as far as last stream and now. We've been able to do some tweaks, I guess, to the AI. They're not 100% perfect by any stretch. Still could probably use some work. There still happens to be a caution that comes out within the first couple of laps, especially with the double file restarts. So definitely some tweaks, but there are some things that I need to clarify, because as far as the way I went about it last week, as far as the one takeaway should be, if anything, as far as I mentioned about using very small incremental changes, I guess, to that. When I put it all together, as far as all the crashing we were getting, as far as on the initial starts or whatever like that, I found out I was going way too extreme, I guess, on the adjustments, and I didn't realize it until after I got to take another look at it post-stream. And I'm going to go over that just to kind of show, I guess, as far as the error of my ways, I guess, as far as that goes. But it goes to show you exactly what type of response from the AI behavior that you'll get when you make the adjustments to those, those tweaks in the AI when you go too extreme with it. I mean, if that's the type of thing that you're looking for, I guess, as far as to do like a crash compilation, I guess, for the simulation, that's one thing. But for the most part, you don't necessarily want to go that high. So, okay. So I'm hoping the audios aren't too high. I keep having to adjust, I guess, from going from other games to another. I know I've had to adjust some audio, so definitely at any time if the audios seem to be off, too high, too low, or whatever, definitely make sure you let me know, so I can correct that promptly. But okay, so just getting some things loaded up. I got some new things last second here. I was scrambling, I guess, to get things going here for the stream. Got some new last minute things, I guess, from Torch. Some track surface decals, TSDs, in addition, I guess, to what he already sent to me prior, and it's just more detail, I guess, that applies to the finished product, I guess, as far as Torch. Okay, so Torch, if you're in here, I guess, as far as you can I can kind of tell, I guess, as far as the approach you're taking to this, you're taking care of all those little aspects as far as the advertisement, the billboards, things like that, and tended to take your time, I guess, as far as to work your way up to doing the wall logos, like on the outside wall. That's going to be a heck of a task. I'm curious to see how that's actually going to turn out, to be honest. So from what I've seen so far with everything else that's modeled, like in the interior walls and such, it's alright. So without further ado, I got this thing is loaded up. Let's bring this over here. Stop flapping my gums here. Whoops, my bad. Wrong screen. Here we go. So yeah, here's some new things that, as I was saying, the track surface decals. We didn't have all that much going on here, so this apron area is new. Lots of things are new here. Just about everything you see in the grass laid out here is brand new. This has been done within the last week since the last stream. We had that week off, so yeah, plenty of work's been done, that's for sure. But my first initial reaction, I guess, to how the majority of these are, as far as having that painted grassy texture look to it, pretty good. And they vary from one decal to the next. So this one's got more of a whitewash to it. This is a little bit more vibrant. I mean, it's like that's what you see in reality. One thing I did notice, I guess, as far as getting the initial batch of updates to everything was the updates to these little wings here, I guess, as far as the O'Reilly Auto Parts wings. The same aspect, I feel, could be done with, just like with the Geico, it's got that little bit of grunge to it. I think the same thing could be done to this, as far as to add like an asphalt type of grunge to it, just to give it. I know the O'Reilly seems to have a little bit to it, but this red seems a little like it doesn't belong there, type of thing. So I think if you had some asphalt, I guess, going through, that'd be really cool. But other than that, I can see you totally. Torch took the initiative, I guess, to totally redo these objects here. I'm gonna go over this, the comparisons of these two, just a moment. But just to kind of take in what's going on with this, I guess, since last stream. Pretty fantastic. That's gonna be a task for, yeah, as far as the outside walls there, right? Yeah, that should be a really fairly easy enough thing to do, I guess, to apply just like a asphalt, because you got part of that. It's like a overspray, I guess, on this. That's pretty cool. I think if it had something like that within the red area, that'd be cool. I'm gonna look at this texture as I mentioned all this. We're gonna see exactly what's going on with it and compare the differences between what we saw last stream a couple weeks ago already up to now. So let's back this up here. So I got Torch's edit folder here. So we got a couple of folders to go through. So here's the first initial batch. I got all the billboards have been applied. Really cool how that's been done. Much similar to the same fashion that we did with the 15 build. As far as they have all the individual billboards by them, you know, in their individuality, and then one texture for the signage that includes all the texturing for those billboards. That's pretty neat. So let's look at that one, and then we'll get into the pit road wings there, I guess, as far as the O'Reilly wings. So the texture that's being used for the billboards is the signage one. I've already had a chance, I guess, to look over this as of yesterday. And let's see what we can look at. So it should be in that folder still. Yep. That was looking at that. And then the signage. So here's the texture that encompasses all the billboards around the track. So each of these are all individualized. Very big textures. A lot of dead space in here, but with the way you know that compliance, I guess, as far as the power of 2 that you need to have, it's almost, this could probably, honestly, could probably be spanked down one level. I want to say this is probably what, a 4096, without actually spitting it out. I can do that just to kind of verify it. But if this is whatever size it happens to be in this state, you could probably step it down and not lose a lot of detail in it. And that's what's nice about this, even though it's got the dead space in it, all this magenta area. Plenty of room here too, like if you wanted to add textures to other items that, as they get built for the track, like in the garage here and stuff like that, you could use a lot of this area as well. So that's it's not necessarily a bad thing to have some extra space in your texture, since we do have that compliance of that power 2 that we need to keep it in. So we'll be using those for empty spots. Well, there you go. See, I don't know how exactly you got these mapped. I can probably imagine just by looking at the texture, some of the back of these billboards. So you got a real small one here. These are probably the posts, things like that. Let's take a look at those actually while we got it up here in Sandbox and critique this. I'll get back to this. I'm gonna be jumping all over the place. There's so much to go over. But we're gonna touch base, I guess, as far as how everything is for now. I know that's one of the major things that has been done since last stream, on top of all these decals that are in this front stretch grass, is these wings on both the pit exit here and the entrance. So, but these billboards that are adorned, I didn't notice this before too. There's a gap in between this. That's still yet to be done, I guess, as far as, I think I did mention that before, as far as how you can still see because of that elevation change between the infield and that. That is not a huge detriment at this point in time, but here's the billboards that belong to that texture, and we can kind of get a sense of, so they're double-sided. Okay, cool. Much the same way as you did them in on the 15 build, but you can kind of get a sense of how these are mapped. So you've got this part here on the top. Figured these are probably the pillars as far as the supports. Yeah, so you got these supports here. That's pretty neat. Hardy Knight. Now, one thing I do notice, I guess, with the way these are done, is on the back side of these, it's probably a double-sided poly, I guess, as far as on each side there. I would probably make this this other piece here, I guess, as far as to have nothing on it. instead of a duplication, I guess, of the out-facing. Yeah, so yeah, that's the only thing that I noticed. I would put like white or whatever on the back side of these, I guess, so it doesn't have. Pretty cool construction though. The fact that they're double-sided even. So if you were to put a camera, say for example, out on this side here, you would have that panning across here to be able to see that side of the billboard. It's pretty cool. This is one thing I always look forward to, I guess, as far as being able to put cameras in different spots, as far as the way you've got anything, and it does. So if you were to put a camera here, like I said, you could see any problem areas that may need to be addressed. This is really neat how this is done, as far as like actual grandstand, you know, as far as the ends of it, as far as to be, all this would be like concession areas underneath the stands for tonight. Yeah. So this is majority of what I did notice, as far as I did some laps on the track yesterday, just testing out the AI and stuff. I did notice that these are kind of in here. These are obviously placeholder because there's nothing supporting, I guess, underneath these billboards over here, but they are in place, I would imagine, based on LiDAR. So we have that LiDAR that we've been mentioning over and over again as our guide, I guess, as far as to know, you know, what the height of things are. So we've got that height information, I guess, as far as, you know, what the max height is on these particular billboards, for example, and we have that definition, I guess, as far as where they actually are located in comparison to the ground textures, you know, as far as the top-down satellite view. So we can compare those between that LiDAR information and that to be able to put them almost precisely where they are located in actuality. Same thing we've done with the Big Hoss, the Score Tower, and just about everything else that we've got in this track so far. So yeah, these billboards, are these double-sided? Yes, they are. Now, so ones like this, it probably wouldn't matter as much as far as when you don't see, you know, as far as it's just black there, but this one might be not quite so bad, I guess, about that other one that I noticed there, as far as like it might need a different type of backing, I guess, to that, so that it doesn't have, so it's got some definition to it, so because it almost looks like that's cut off here, like if you want to look at it from this perspective. So if it had like the gray or whatever there, as far as like, say for example, this area on the backside, or even like this on the backside or something of that nature, just to kind of offset it to let it know that that's the backside of that billboard. Unless you know, whatever it looks like in reality too, that's another thing to take into consideration. That's just something I initially critique, I guess, anyway, that I would correct. That's pretty neat. So we got these at least in place here. Now this is going to be something else that's going to have to be constructed, probably in the form of a model, as far as to get where these backstretch grandstands. Now, as far as I know, last I checked or whatever, there is no seating on the backstretch here. They have a camping area, much the same as the other SMI tracks, to which this Texas track is owned by. They have the camping areas that are up on a level, you know, up on a hill or whatever you want to call it. And, you know, there's like a hill here, so that's something similar that we'll have to go in this area. So, see, that small one is the signage they use on the fence. I think in reality, I think it's also whitish. Okay, yeah, see, that's the only thing that which one, the small one, is the signage they use on the fence. So, as far as small ones, you mean these here? The small ones they use on the fence? I don't know which fence. So you're talking like on the catch fence? They changed so much more now, I guess, as far as the way they do signage on tracks anymore. It's these screens here for these were based on the 15 build. Those will still need to be done. That's, you know, all way down the road yet, I guess, as far as to get those finalized. Oh, on the outside fence? Okay. So these smaller ones they also put there as well. Okay. So I guess what this brings up the question is, will you be able to use the same signage texture that I've got here for that? And that's probably why you got this here. That way that's for. Right, and I'm sure you haven't. That's like I said, I wasn't suggesting that it needed to be done right now, but that's something that will need to get done as far as the animated screens for that. There's 52 frames to that. And yeah, got the O'Reilly here, also double-sided. I remember for the 15 build that we did that long ago, this one billboard here that has the Coke on there, they had a 3D bottle on it, and you know, next to a 3D bottle, so the neck of it was actually protruding, I guess, the top side of it. That was a task at that time. It was just like, how the heck are we gonna do that? And it's ended up coming to be where we basically, and if Racer James was here, you could probably clarify and justify, I guess, as far as how that was done. We basically ended up making the size of the billboard itself larger, and then added transparency to it so that we could have some of it masked out and only show, I guess, as far as that bottle neck part of the bottle that was protruding that area of the texture. I'd have to go back and look at that again, but I think that's what we eventually ended up coming up with as a solution, as opposed to just scabbing on a piece, you know, or poly, I guess, to retexture that separately, I guess, from the rest of the billboard, because that would be kind of silly, you know, when we think of it now. You try to keep the texturing of things, I guess, as pieced together as much as you can, unless it's unable to do that. Nice. Okay, so continuing our trek around here, we're gonna go back to, so we got billboards all the way around this thing here. So we got the backstretch ones here, we got some in the turns 3 and 4 here. Lots of stuff to go over. So we got some different advertisement over on this end. So we got posts here, double-sided, practically same construction here, but I like this here as far as all the type of advertising. Some of them are kind of duplicated, I suppose, but that's the way they've always done that from what we can remember. Yeah, very cool, very nice, very low poly too. I can tell that too. There's no, from what I can tell in this, there's really no thickness in this here. It's just a double-sided poly, I guess, as far as to be able to put texture on both sides and not necessarily put any thickness to it. I think if you were to put, like I was mentioning, it's the same thing with this billboard. You can see how it's got the advertisement on the back side. I think if it was more whitish, grayish, or something like that, that would offset it, I guess, as far as to distinguish it as being the back side of the billboard. It would also kind of enhance, I guess, as far as just how much thickness is in this this type of billboard, without really having the actual thickness, you know, in the model itself. So having that little bit of shading, I guess, as far as having that contrast in between the coloring of the one side, you know, that has the advertisement, and then the back side. Yeah, so all the way through here. So getting back to the coming out of turn 4 here again, we're going to take a look at the texturing for, this has been redone from what I can tell completely. Both the model and the texture for these wings here on both the pit entrance and exit. So I'm going to open that up next. We got 2 separate textures for each wing, which allows for, I think that was one of my suggestions as far as to have those separated, so that you would have the ability to be able to do those independently, depending on what type of advertisement. Right now, as it stands here, they both have O'Reilly, but you have that option to be able to put different type of advertisement on each wing. I think that would be a pretty cool feature to it. I feel audio's on here a tad bit loud, so I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. Okay. I think that model is like 10 polys. Yeah, and you can really tell on that too. I can get a sense with just looking at it without actually having the model, you know, in 3D Max or anything. You can tell it's very low poly, but look at the detail in it. Look at the detail in it. I mean, it's crazy. Only 10 polys, even to the fact that this is cylindrical. You've got, well, you can break it down just by looking at it here. So you've got 1, 2, 3, well, you got 4 basically for that box around there, so that's 4 there. There's probably no polys on the box itself. You got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah. So the cylinder itself probably has the most, I would have to imagine. There's probably at least 8 sides or so to that, I would imagine, just by looking at it. Unless you do have it squared off and it makes it look round, that's even better. I mean, yeah, if you did that and you actually, it's kind of like trick of the eye, I guess, as far as to make the texture that goes onto it, make it look cylindrical. So when you initially look at it, that's what you would sense that this is cylindrical. So it has 6 sides. Okay, yeah. So that's what I would imagine. This podium here for it has the most polys. You get that cylindrical look to it. And that's not that bad at all. You definitely want to keep those types of things into consideration, especially when you know there's going to be billboards in multiplicity around the track, as we can tell here. So we got the better part of what we got 3, 7, 8, 9, 10 on this end. You got so 10 there and another. Oh, that's pretty cool because as far as how there's no LODs on that, you can see it almost clearly from the other end of the track. So you got 10 there. You got, well, we can go look this way. Am I thinking? We've got how many billboards? 21 billboards. So yeah, the fact that you know that there's going to be that many billboards in multiplicity, you really want to keep in mind, I guess, as far as how much detail you want to put in one singular billboard. Because having too many polys in one of them, and you multiply that up, as the more and more you start adding stuff to the track, it's going to potentially, at least anyway, as we've seen, can bog the frame rates down. So 12 total, yeah, with the podium, yeah, and that's pretty decent. You know, when you look at the amount of detail in that billboard, to only have 12 polys per it, that's very low poly, but a lot of detail. And you can tell as far as like you spent some time more on the texture to make it look in a different way. And it can be made even better, I guess, as far as this one I mentioned, I guess, as far as the suggestion to on the back side of the billboards for where the advertisement in comparison where the advertisement is itself, that'll add that contrast to it as well. Very cool. Okay, so yeah, we were looking at the next here, the wings here for the O'Reilly. So those have completely redone. So what we have is 2 individual wings, left and right, and then 2 individual textures that go with each one of those. And they've been made generalized. Took note of that too. That was a suggestion I had made too, to generalize the naming of these so that no matter what you put on it, it's not going to matter. So if it somewhere down the road it changes from O'Reilly to something else, this will still be generic. So you just be able to change that without having it. That's just the way I've always taken the approach that I have taken, I guess, as far as creating something, just to kind of generalize it, even though for the most part it might be distinguished, I guess, as a certain advertisement. I would also take into consideration, I guess, for like event logos. I noticed on some of the TSDs, some of them are specific to the namings of them. So like the fact that this one's Biatric 300, O'Reilly's 500, I would make it, and we've done this, I guess, with other builds that we've done, both with Spline Designs as well as Safer Berry Project, is to just name it as Cup Event 500, say for example. And again, it's just a matter of keeping things generalized, right? It's not 100% necessary, I guess, to do that, but it just opens the idea, because as far as if they do change sponsorships or whatever down the road, you don't have to have that same name with a different texture, as far as it being represented, I guess, in a different sponsor by generalizing it. So that's just something else I took note, I guess, as far as that goes. And it makes sense, that's the common way you would want to name it, so that as you're doing it, it's like exactly when you go to apply it, which one to look for. But in all actuality, even if you were to just name this Cup Event 500, that's for the Cup Series, as far as the other series. So like, yeah. So just generalizing, I guess, that's all. I like the way I did add to it, and I've mentioned this before as well, as far as the name of the PTF, you can have the name of it be as long as you want, as long as you need it to be, right? I noticed, and this is not, knocking your approach, I guess, to it, towards the fact that you've got a notation for what's going on in that PTF, that makes a huge difference. So if you're only working on one track at a time, as far as in your track edit folder that you're working out of, as long as you've got the PTF named for what's going on in that session, that's going to help you in the long run. Because you're going to end up having several PTFs, I guess, within that track edit folder, and to be able to say, especially having a date on it, along with what you generally did in that session, not only are you minimizing how much is going on per session in Sandbox, but also to date it, whatever, and offset it to anything else. So if you need to fall back, I guess, on this, like, well, that screwed up, and now I got to go back to this one and start over. So you can just scrap, you know, the one after it and go back and start over and then save a new one. So that's just part of the process of when you do that. Save yourself some grief, I guess, as far as putting too much work into one PTF. This is what I'm trying to say there. Yeah, but the grass texture, it won't make a difference because you would still have to remake a TSD completely. Yes. But I guess what I was getting at as far as renaming, being able to rename that texture, right? If you wanted to maintain, I guess, as far as the track build the way it is, just to kind of add more clarity, I guess, of what I meant there. If you had the name of that stuff generalized instead of like a specific sponsor to it, yeah, you would still have to change it anyway when they change sponsorships, but at least that name would be generalized. So let's say, for example, it's no longer the O'Reilly 500, it ends up being something else like Dollar General 500. Okay, so now you're changing your texture to Dollar General within the texture itself, but this is still going to have to remain O'Reilly 500 because of the way it's. And I guess, you know, I kind of get your point. So it's not a 3DO, right? It's not, and it's still attached to PTF. I guess the way I was looking at it, if, say, for example, you didn't want to do any PTF adjustments. So let me kind of elaborate what I meant by that. If you didn't want to make any PTF, you know, a new PTF, you know, track PTF to change the TSD itself, by generalizing it, all you'd have to do is just edit that one texture, right? So you wouldn't have to do a PTF edit to it. You could just find that texture, whatever, as far as it being in a general term, slap a new sponsor on up onto it, and the name of it is still generalized. Yeah, so I get what you mean, Torch, I guess, as far as if you would have to redo the TSD anyway. That would, doing it the way that you're suggesting, you would have to edit the PTF to change the name of that TSD and then reapply it to the track. So that would involve having to do a PTF edit. So in order to eliminate the necessity to edit the PTF, keeping that generalized, unpacking the track, and then just adjusting that texture itself. There's no PTF, new PTF needed then at that point. They move stuff. Yeah, and that's true. That's very true. The fact that they move stuff around so much. I'm just keeping it in terms of, you know, if someone just wanted to change the logo, you know, I'm thinking in terms of like a league setting or something like that. If you want to use the textures that are already applied to the track PTF, you would have that ability, right? And you can still do that, right? It's like I said, it's not 100% required that you generalize the name, but that's just the approach that we take. So you have that ability to change it without confusing it, I guess, as far as, okay, which one was this? Hopefully that makes sense. There's a lot of the league involvement that I had as far as like that's what I think of, just to give people the ability, I guess, to be able to change. I mean, you can still change it, and by keeping this O'Reilly 500 without doing a PTF edit, it's just that you would have to keep the name of this TSD, for example, that same name, even though it's got a different sponsor to it. So it kind of unpairs it, if you will. It's just a personal opinion of my own. But yeah, I get what you mean, Torch, I guess, as far as you know, how things change around pretty much every event, every season, and whatever like that. So you more than likely are going to have to do a PTF edit, I guess, to change all that stuff around. It totally makes sense. You know, I'm just thinking in terms, if you didn't want to go through all that, as far as to change things up there, and you just wanted to change the look of the TSDs that are already applied to the track PTF, generalizing those, the names of those would make it easier, I guess, to be able to find those. That was my only thing. So yeah, what were we getting into? We were looking at the fact that these are broke down into individual parts. Now if we look at it from what was done last stream, this is going to be here. So what we had was the O'Reilly lift, which was more specific name. and the O'Reilly right, and then just one texture. Now we've got more versatility in this here, and we can compare these two textures too. That's the other thing I wanted to show. So the new one, we have the two separate ones here. So we got the media apron left. That's how that looks. So it looks like it's more designed at, you know, the way the shape of that model is, the 3DO itself is designed, shaped. That's what I would take as how that's shaped in actuality if we were to look at it. And then you have, hello, there we go. Then you have the right side, completely independent ones. That's got a little bit different shape, even more so. Now, when we compare how it was done previously to this, I found this pretty amazing, I guess, as far as the versatility that there is in this now. So now we've got, this is what all we had was just the one texture for both items as far as the O'Reilly right and O'Reilly left logos. This is what we had originally. One texture for both of those, which was nothing wrong with it. But this versatility that's been added now is so much better, because now you have the ability to be able to change each wing, I guess I want to call those, I guess, as far as independently. So putting different advertisement on either one of these down the road, and by generalizing this goes along with what I was mentioning with the TSDs. You'd be able to put whatever type of sponsorship or advertisement on this without needing to change the name of either the texture or the object itself. It's been the name of it has been generalized. Something else that I noticed here too, and I don't know if that was a boo-boo or not, but I noticed this is on a priority of 40. You want to be careful on the use of this, right? Because what happens when you change the priorities on these textures, as I look at this, I'm almost thinking this is probably a boo-boo, because this slider can be really kind of wonky sometimes. The fact that this one's at a 4 is more common, to put that at a 4. The higher you put these things, and if you do that too much to a lot of the textures there, what happens is the frame rates will go down. You'll tend to see significant drop in frame rates, because that tool is designed, I guess, as far as at a higher priority, it means you want more clarity at no matter what distance, right? So you could be on the back stretch, you know, where these things are located, and it's trying to load it at full quality, right? So that's just something, I guess, to take into account. As I look at this and I say that, I can almost imagine this was probably a boo-boo, because you probably meant to put it at 4 and ended up being 40. And that's something that's wonky with the slider in WinMip 2. If you try to type it in, a lot of times what it'll do is it'll just max it out. So it's better to just try to use the slider instead of trying to type it in, because 9 times out of 10, more than 50% of the time, even when you try to type this in here, it'll just max it out. And that's what I'm 100% sure that's probably what happened here. Yeah, I'm sure it was. You know, like I said, as I look at this, I'm sure that's probably what you intended. But just rule of thumb, you know, as far as like when you're using WinMip 2, it's better to try to. I know sometimes even using the sliders, you don't get it to where you want it to, but typing it in here almost immediately involves, I guess, as far as it to just max it out. So that's something that was, you know, just a little bit of adjustment to that, not a big deal. Probably not going to hurt anything in this thing. You just want to really be careful how you do that, because if you find yourself, as you're making the textures here, if you try to type it in here and it maxes it out, you don't pay attention to that. If you do that to all your textures, and we can check all of these just to make sure, as we say this, make sure we don't have a majority of those TSDs in the front stretch at a priority of 40, because it will definitely make a big difference in frame rates. It's going to try and load those at full quality all the time. So like this one was at a 1, and this was a lot smaller too. So technically, you know, the ratio, that's probably something else to go in here. The ratio to put the priority at, in a lot of cases, this is a pretty good ratio, I guess, as far as when you got a bigger, crispier texture. You want that clarity, I guess, to remain as much as possible. 4 is pretty reasonable for this size. 1 for this size, this is probably a 512 by 512. By looking at the size, you know, just going by, you know, I've dealt with these types of sizes for quite some time. This is a reasonable priority to have on this size. The fact that this one's basically a 1024 by 512, or it's 1024 wide by 512, doubling it, or probably a maximum of 4, is pretty reasonable. This is a pretty reasonable setting, I guess, to have that type it on. Well, while we're at it, we can look at all these other ones just to see what those are all set at and make sure that there's no adjustments need to be made there. This is what we do, I guess, as far as to help out those like Torch, I guess, as far as to make sure that there's nothing out of whack. And if it can be adjusted, we'll go ahead and do that. Alright, so on these TSDs, for example, lots of TSDs. The thing I found interesting is the fact that you were able, I didn't know this was possible. I think I've tried this before too, as far as to put the symbol in here, I guess, as far as the @ sign for that. And I didn't realize that was possible as far as to do that. I thought the Windows in particular would frown on what you name, you know, with symbols. That's pretty neat as far as to have that @ symbol in there. Pretty neat though. And maybe it was, you might have tried to use the hashtag and it wouldn't take it, so you ended up settling on the @ sign. Pretty interesting. So yeah, look at the quality of this. So the fact that as small as this texture is, and it has a transparent applied priority of 4, not terrible. You could probably go a little bit lower on this one, but again, it comes down to, okay, one thing about it's one thing I guess about the texture as far as the size. This is probably a 512 by 256 if I had to guess. Relatively small texture. So the fact that it's so small, and especially it's not using a lot of the texture space, you know, based on that compliance of power 2. Having this at a power 4 is more quality. So going back to the other one as far as the size of that one, and that being at a size of 4, you really have to take into consideration as far as how much real estate are you using within that texture itself. The fact that this is only using this small limited space in here, chances are you could probably even go a little bit higher on this if you needed to, I guess, as far as to maintain some of the clarity in it. What I've seen in here, just by looking at this, glancing over these, it turned out pretty good even at that priority. Now you're going to notice it more in the game, in the sim itself, right? As opposed to looking at here in Sandbox. You don't have all the cars and everything else loaded into here. So, but that particular deal should be. Let's see if you can spot it. Right up. Okay, where's she at? Yep, I see it. There it is. So here it is right here. So that's that 512 by 256 high, and the fact that you can stretch it and resize it as a trackside decal like that at a priority 4, that's pretty clear. Now we'll be able to check and double check inside the sim itself to see how much clarity that remains there. I also want to take note of how much more clarity there is in these wings here. So if you remember from last time, I know some of it had to do with my graphic settings, but also I think what's been redone now with these here, I think a lot of this clarity, as we look in the sim itself, it shouldn't get stepped on, and that's what we'll take a look at too, just to compare as far as what we've seen from last week anyway. Okay, making sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, Torch is just giving himself shots. Go and feel free for anybody else that's in the chat there playing the mini chat games and kind of replenish, or what's the word I'm looking for, as far as to make sure those units of fluids are staying sufficient. Cheers. Absolutely. All right. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at that. This looks so good though, so far. From what I'm seeing here, we're gonna go through the rest of these. We did make the comparison between the two, as far as having the still, you know, we had the 2 independent ones as of last week that were more specifically named. Now they're more generally named, and then we also have, in addition from what Torch has done, to apply separate textures to them as well. Now, granted, that might add a little bit more to it, but I think overall, again, we can kind of look at that a little bit closer too. If we look at the size of the texture that we had, this was 172 kilobytes. So we're probably adding a lot more to that, but having that flexibility and versatility is not necessarily a bad thing. And the fact that they're done with that transparent background as opposed to a TI, that's even better. So if we look at overall, we've got, with the 2 objects, we got 342 kilobytes per texture. So that is definitely an increase, I guess, as far as what we had previously. But the size of the models aren't any bigger. So that kind of, in my opinion, that kind of offsets as far as adding that additional texture. and still having the two separate models, I guess, for those wings, that kind of offsets, I guess, as far as that. So you're not adding a whole lot more, I guess, to it by having it that way at this point. Pretty cool. Rarely use TIs. Yeah, if you can not use TIs, it's better. Honestly. TIs were a huge thing back when NR 2003 first came out because of the way graphics were rendered back then. I guess as far as you almost needed to have a TI in there to make sure that you had a nice clean edge and a masked area, I guess, of what you're trying to show as opposed to what you're not. Because of the pixelation actually in the texture, you know, the compression that was actually applied to it, it stepped on a lot of the detail. So by not having a TI into it, it looked like doo-doo. So the fact that we have much more clarity in today's day and age, you know, graphics wise, we have the ability of being able to step out background color in this, you know, like the magenta color, that pinkish color in the background, and not need a TI. So we want to definitely try to take advantage of that if at all possible. There's plenty of cases where you're not able to get that to happen. So sometimes you do end up having to use a TI, but it's very sparingly. The more sparingly you can use TIs, you're going to lessen the amount of textures sizes, and it'll also allow you to go bigger on the texture as opposed to smaller, because you don't have to worry about using the TI. Okay, it's a hot one today, folks. I don't know if I mentioned that though. I don't know. I was sweating my tail off, I guess, today. It's been a warm one, so I am hydrating like crazy. I got an extra bottle of the some Gatorade, I guess, up in there just to keep up the hydration there. It's like, holy smokes, I sweated probably a good 5 pounds off, I bet, today being outside. That's what I was rushing for, to get stream going on here. I had trying to get as much done, I guess, out there, and I was just like, it was killing me. I'm not complaining. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining at all. This is what I love about this time of year, I guess, as far as it's nice and warm. Get out there and do the things you need to do, I guess, as far as like that, because once it comes to get colder, I'm a hermit. I don't know about y'all, but I'm a hermit. 87 here. It's warmer. It's about that. It's probably a little bit warmer than that here. Yeah, so far he hasn't yet to use any as far as the TIs, as I was talking about. Yep. Ooh, almost got that jackpot, that max jackpot with the 3 robots. I noticed you almost had the smaller jackpot there too earlier. You scolded and you got 100 units. You got on the scolds. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so for anybody else out there, feel free, I guess, to use the mini chat games to supplement. That's the word I was looking for. Those units of fluids. You are earning yourself units of fluids even as the stream is live. I'm sitting here yapping my gums. So even if you're not interacting in the chat, you're earning yourself those precious units of fluids to be able to use in special events that we have on the channel. I still have on my to-do list, as far as my bucket list for the year. I was never able to use my to conduct my 3-year Twitch anniversary, so that's still on the back of my mind, as far as like I'm gonna need to at some point before next April, which is usually the anniversary, I guess, of the channel, to be able to make up for that. Being on hiatus here without having a PC, that really stunk. So whether or not I just go bigger, I guess, on the 4th year Twitch anniversary, or if I somehow squeeze in, I guess, that 3-year Twitch anniversary, that's still yet to be seen. But those are the types of events that when we have those types of events on the channel, that's when you'll be able to utilize those units of fluids to be able to participating in a lot of the giveaways and such like that. That's to show my appreciation for all of you supporting what I do here on the channel. So it's definitely to your advantage, I guess, as far as units of fluids for it. So feel free to supplement them up by using the mini chat games, I guess, to build those up there and have those available for to be able to participate in those types of events. Okay. With that all said, we're going to continue to look at. So we were talking about TIs. So we've got many different range of sizes for stuff like that. So that's you know, so far from what I'm seeing, Torch, as far as the sizes that you have decided on, I guess, to go with based on the content, you know, the substance matter, I guess, as far as what's going on with the texture. That was very good optimization, you know, for lack of a better way to put it, because it's not only did you add the compression with the transparency, you know, the transparent color as far as the magenta. That's what I'm seeing. You're taking advantage as far as not. There was no reason to make this any bigger than probably what this is, right? For example, you wouldn't need to do this as a 512 by 512 or 1024 by 256. There was no need. This was the most optimal size, I guess, to put something like that. So that's something I'm definitely taking note of as well as we go through these. So we got that one. Let's go through all of these as we say this. Just to double check to make sure none of these priorities, as we're talking about her. Now this one here, a little bit different story. This one I think can probably be stepped down. So as this kind of contradicts, I guess, what I just said. There's probably room to be able to spank this down one, possibly. Which would mean you would have to probably resize this down, and it might step on, you know, how the edges look. Totally understand that. That happens a lot of times. This to me, as I compare, I guess, the two, as I just mentioned, this kind of contradicts what I just said. A lot of dead space in here. It depends on, and I'm sure you probably took this into consideration, 100% probably tell. If this was even slightly over, I guess, the 512, I guess as far as like that, that probably meant you had to step it up one in either direction. And that totally, that's totally understandable. If there is any way whatsoever to be able to step this one down, I would do that. Because I do feel there's a lot of dead space in this one. So either making this a little bit bigger, as far as the substance matter, as far as the subject matter even, step that up or step it down so you can make this either smaller or utilize more of this dead space. Just a suggestion. That would be the approach I would take to it. So that's looking at that. So the priority is pretty sufficient on that. As we continue to go through these. This one, pretty decent as well. The same idea with this one. They were going right back to utilizing, you know, considering the substance matter, how much space you need. This is used up a lot more of the spacing. Really maximize, I guess, the use of that size as far as being a 512 by 256. Same size as this one. See? So you're just using, yeah, very good. And you're still maintaining the use of that magenta as far as the transparent color. Very cool. What up, Lady Death? Welcome on in. Lady Death was giving me she was giving me a little bit of crap, I guess, as far as me being, oh, there's the jackpot. I see that going on. Woohoo! She beat you to it, Torch. Torch, she beat you to it. She comes in all hot. Coming in hot. Lady coming in hot, and I guess getting that jackpot right off the top. That definitely deserves that. That's for sure. Holy macro. Lady Death hasn't even been here, what, maybe 2 seconds. She's already got a jackpot. She's like, I'll show you how it's done here, Torch. That's crazy. GG's on the jackpot there. So that's how that works. So you play those mini chat games. It's 10 units per play, as it says there. So it's minimal amounts. Call it dime slots if you want. 10 units of fluids per play, and you have the utmost chance to be able to get even that. That's one of the middle jackpots. So you have the 3 sad faces. You got the kappas. You have the little red guy. It's also 500 units. The maximum jackpot you can get is the 3 robots. 3 robots will give you the 1,000 units of fluid. So this to kind of give some clarity, I guess, as far as how the jackpots work. Slots. What a good start to gambling. No kidding. Now you probably you have to play it. See, I think Lady Death must have stole all the mojo out of the slots there now. Now you probably won't get anything there for a while. It probably won't be towards the end of the stream. That's pretty funny, actually. Alright, so we're going to continue go through all these textures here. So this one here, same thing. Nice use of, size of it. We got another 512 by 256. Got the compression to it. You got the magenta color for the transparent background. Priority 4. It's good. The only one that I'm noticing so far out of all these is this one. So there, it needs, like I said, it either needs to be upsized to use more of the space, or downsized to use a smaller texture size. One way or the other, depending on what kind of look you get once you try to step this, either step this up or down. As far as the subject matter. Mojo Horizon, yeah, for you it is. That's for sure. How you doing? All right, next one. So that's FS1. This is the Gander. Let's see what's going on with this one. This one's not bad at all. This one's nice use of size. I love the grassy texture. That's fantastic. That looks really good. And I like the differences between the different ones too, as far as like depending on what type of paint, for example, was used and who painted it, when it was painted, it's going to have different contrast. So they're not all consistent, right? So you got, this is a little bit of a thicker matte. This has got a little bit more chunky paint, I guess you want to say. This one's a little bit more faded. Kind of dig that. I like the, so this is really good use of size as far as a 1024 by 1024 for that space. You want to have the, this is more the more profound series logos, so you want to have that a little bit bigger, obviously too. And this is what I was mentioning as far as to take better use of this size. These are relatively the same size, to be able to use more of that space. So if you have the ability to do that with this subject matter, as far as this break best select, if you can make it just as big as this to use more of that space, then do that. Yep, so priority 4, looking good so far. Seeing any additional issues. So this one here is a TSD logo set. So this one seems like it's more generalized. Nice. Very good use of terms on that one there as far as a logo set. So it's not specific, right? So if, in any case, going back to what I've been mentioning as far as to generalize the name of the actual logo, regardless, I guess, of the approach that you take as far as to edit these. So the fact that it has a Cup Series logo, Busch, Coca-Cola, generic, very generic, but very good use of the size, as far as the real estate that we have here. Not a lot of dead space, staying within that compliance of the Power 2 and utilizing as much as that as possible and maintaining clarity. I really like that, how that is. It's really tough to do. For anybody that has ever tried to put a grassy texture or some type of grassy grunge, I guess, to white and or black, as far as just those two ends of the spectrum of the color palette, it's tough to do. It's not that easy. It's much easier to do with color than it is with black and white. No, regardless if you're using a TI or not. So just looking at what I see here as far as like, to be able to see that definition so clearly defined, I guess, in this, and the fact that the white and the black, that's hard to do. That's a huge contrast as far as to have both the white noise, I guess, for in the black, and then the black noise within the white. It's not easy to do. I mean, for Torch, he's probably done it enough times, I guess, to kind of craft, to kind of hone that that ability out there with that. But it's for any novice, I will be 100%. This is not easy to do. It's a very unique craft, I guess, to be able to harness. Okay, moving right along. Yeah, I like that. This looks good. Now, if we compare this, I guess, as far as what we have actually on the track, let's take a look here. Going to camera view. So this one here is just had to take a look at it to see if we can pinpoint where this is on the track, and I believe that's probably this set. So this one here. So is it on both ends here? Yeah, it's on both ends. So on both. So it's on both flanks of the main. So we still got some more to go through. This is that set right here. And it's on both sides of the main event logo. So you got it here and you got it here. Looks very, very good. I like how it just blends into the, like it belongs there as far as having that grassy grunge to it. Pretty cool. Now we looked at the Gander one. The FS1 is obviously a separate deal. So the fact that so this looks like one piece, you would never know. without actually looking at what textures are involved with that. So this FS1 is actually a separate one to the gander here. So these two put together, similar like that. This is how it's been applied to the track. Very cool. And you have the ability, what's nice about having it separate like this, if for some reason, say, FS1 no longer ends up being the broadcasting, you know, whoever broadcasts these events, you can change it independently. You won't have to touch this one. You'll have that independency, I guess, as far as with the network on this one as opposed to not. What was that named anyway? I forgot what that was named. So the fact that you named the FS1. Yeah, see, these are, a lot of these are still very specific. And again, it's not a huge detriment to not make them specific, but again, it's just keeping in mind as far as like if that ever does change. The fact that this one probably will never change because it is prominent to Texas, the fact that it's the Dallas Morning News, this is probably not going to be as critical, I guess, to make this more generalized TSD name, because this is probably going to be a staple unless they completely get rid of it altogether. Then you can just trans this out, for example. You'd be able to trans that out and still have the texture applied to the PTF, the track PTF, but just be able to trans it out to have nothing show. So that's probably something else to take into consideration as far as that goes. Where was the FS1 again? I got a lot of textures opened up in here and I wanted to look. Yeah, so this one, you got this one specific. Again, it comes down to, okay, if say FS1 doesn't broadcast these events anymore, in this case Gander, the Gander Outdoor Truck Series, if you were to change this to the new network that does broadcast this, you would still have to rename the, keep the name of it. Again, barring that you didn't do a PTF edit, right? If you wanted to edit this, you change this out to NBC or whatever it is, and you still have to keep this FS1. This is why, falling back on what I was mentioning as far as keeping the names go. So to name this one something different, and we've used this in plenty of other track builds, is just call it Network 1 or Network 2, as opposed to labeling it as something specific. Doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it has to be done, right? It's just something to keep in mind, I guess, as far as when you're applying it. Because things change so much, particularly in NASCAR, as we've mentioned. Things get moved around, things like that. Keeping the names generalized, I guess, as far as in that fashion, it gives you more room, I guess, to change it to whatever you need it to be as they change them in reality. You made all these TSDs today? Wow. Some of them you had given me yesterday, so I guess through the course of yesterday and today, obviously that last minute there, I got these last minute ones here. But yeah, so like these, I think this was the batch that you did just today. Yeah, these are in today's folder. Yeah, this is yesterday's folder. I got that from you. So these are just today. Yep. So the Gander, all that stuff. I like this name better. You know, the fact that it's a logo set. You know, because it has a wide array of different sponsors in there. This is really cool. You could have named this any number of things. You could have done TSD Commerce Set 1 or something like that. So if you did have another set, you'd have room, I guess, to be able to put different sequential sets, for example, if that was necessary. But so far, I'm liking, other than that one that I mentioned as far as the use of the space on it, which was this one right here. So far, this is the only one I feel would need to be adjusted. So all the priorities, the fact that it's got the transparent background, very optimized in that regard. So last one that I did, Gander label set. So we didn't do this one. So we got NBC. Again, another specific network. Very good use of that. I like using the same type of. So here's the difference that I was talking about as far as like being able to apply that that grass look to the color as compared to the white and the black together. It's tough to do. It's really tough to do. I noticed on the peacock part here, there's still some magenta in here. So I don't know if that was intentional. That might be just let's see how this looks in the track. So the fact that there's magenta on the peacock body, that's probably just going to give the grass look to it. Let's see how that looks there. Oh, let's take a look. So the NBC one would be down in this end, I believe. I had to take a gander. No, I'm wrong. Okay, so where's that at? We'll find it. Okay, there's the FS1. Is the NBC one not being used? Not seeing it. Or am I passing right by it? Here's the Xfinity. Oh, here it is right here. My bad. Xfinity. So this is what it looks like. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. So the fact that it's got that transparency on the body of the Peacock itself, you can still see the outline of it. Pretty cool. I like how it blends right into that grass texture. You would never guess by looking at it this way that it's 100% separate. Pretty cool. Whoops. Clickety clickety. Yeah, I like that difference in, and again, like I said, with the black on the white and the white on black, it's tough to do. But the fact that this has got a lot more noise to it in comparison to this one, say for example, that it's just creating diversity, I guess, as far as the way the logos are done. When they're done, you know, when they're painted, what kind of paint, what were the conditions when it was painted, you're going to have differences in that. They're not all going to be consistent. The fact that this has some more vibrancy to it, got some more chunk to it, if you want. Pretty nice. So that one is the Xfinity event, I'm thinking there. And then you got the Gander Mountain one that's on the other end. We're going to go through all these yet. NASCAR salutes, that's pretty neat. Coca-Cola, man, these are just great. And again, same as the other end, as I mentioned, as far as to have some like asphalt type of look to this, so it kind of tones it down just a little bit to have it blend in, I guess, with the environment to which it's on. It might have a little bit of gloss in reality. I know how a lot of these types of areas can be when they paint them. They tend to use like a glossy enamel type of paint, so it makes it shiny. So some could probably argue as far as like, looks good just like it is, but I think it needs to have some grunge as far as the fact that it is still painted on asphalt, you know, or an asphalt-like texture. And when you compare, as far as to pair that up like that, you can really see this seems a little bit out of place in comparison to like the grass logos, for example. I think it would just add a lot more flow, I guess, as far as to how everything just blends into everything else to do that. Yeah, so I passed it. Yep. Okay. We still got some more to go through yet. Lots of stuff in here. It's a lot going on here. But it adds so much to this area of that, because there's a lot of sponsorships or whatever, I guess, to put these types of events on. So, oh, almost again. I just noticed that out of the corner of my eye. There's two of them there. We got the Kappa. You got the little Kappa there. He thwarted it. He's like, oh, I peekaboo. That Kappa guy, I'm telling you. Alright. So where do we end up with? So we got the NBC one. Finished going through there. So we got the priority on that one was good. The only one that had that error in it was one of the O'Reilly ones, as far as either the left or right. It's the only one that I noticed so far. So you got the salutes. We already took a close look at that. Oh, that's a chunky one too. Nice. Yep. Priority of 4. Man, these look so good. And the fact is you don't have any bleed of the magenta as far as that transparency color there. That's a huge thing. So regardless of what, I'm seeing some flickering on this model. And that's, a lot of times that's always evident there. Might have to raise that up just a tad. Possibly to remove some of that. Now granted, I'm way out here. So at closer distance there, it's not so much of an issue. You wouldn't necessarily, I guess I consider like if you had a blimp view, if you're going around that, you might see a little bit of that clipping. That's about it. That would be evident in the sim there. But what I was taking a look at as far as like the fact that there's no magenta bleed on any of these textures here, that's a huge thing. As far as like, it's very common when you don't have really clean edges on edges like that they will bleed as far as the magenta. None of these are doing that. Yeah, so this one here on this pit exit here has got a lot of clipping on that model. And granted too, like I said, I'm way out here. Chances are you wouldn't be putting a camera angle, I guess, that far out. That's just something I take into account as far as like there might be a little bit of adjustment you might want to make there so you don't have as much of that. And you can definitely still see that there's probably grass underneath that. As far as the grass texture, very evident. I see this hasn't been done yet, and this is just like the animated frames for the video screen. Still plenty of things that still need to be adjusted. That's probably one of them. We don't even have a lot of the infield objects in there. We don't have the victory lane in there yet, the garages, a lot of that kind of stuff too there. There's still a lot to be considered, I guess, as far as like, taking consideration as to whether or not how much detail you want to have in those types of items too. You know, the fact that there is even limited access maybe to the infield as far as how much detail you put in the garage area. I think the victory lane should have the most. Honestly, I guess as far as in comparison to say the garages themselves. So whether or not you put actual access to the garages to make, you know, the garages, you know, able to be driven into, again, you would have to just the thinking ahead anyway, as far as upon constructing those types of things. You know, can you get away with, I guess, doing that without totally killing the frames? I guess that's what I was trying to make. Octane coming in with alert. Thank you for that, Octane. Very much appreciated. Yeah, it's all coming along now. Very sure. Yeah, so there's the NASCAR salutes with the Coca-Cola all built into one there. It's pretty neat. Very good use of that. Okay, so we can continue our trek on what else we got here. So we got precision. What's this one? What do we got here? So yeah, I can totally get. You might on this one be able to step it down on the height. Okay. Now, what I haven't looked at as far as like the actual size of these things, but what I initially look at here as far as like how much dead space is there in either direction. So what I see here, it could probably be stepped down. I'm sure this is probably 1024 by 1024. You could probably cut that in half and still have plenty of space to go this way and not as much going top and bottom. This is another one. The precision one can probably be adjusted. And understanding as far as what you mentioned towards these were done just today, and you probably already had like a template of sorts, I guess, as far as to be able to put these things in there. A lot of these I feel can still be adjusted some. So between so far what we've seen, the priority is good. This one and then that brake select. That's the only ones that I'm noticing can probably use some adjustment either to the subject matter itself. And the same thing with this one, either step this down or actually put this in a smaller texture one. So probably a 512 by 1024 as opposed to a 1024 by 1024, for example. There would be no access to the infield past victory lane. Well, see, that's something to take in consideration. If that's the approach you're going to take to it, you know, then not to put as much detail in the garages themselves. So to have all the detail as far as being able to have, you know, drive into it and you have all that detail on the interior, for example. Yeah, so you can really take more of an approach on the garages in that sense. You know, with that, if that's the angle that you take, as far as continuing the build, to put more detail in the initial texture that goes on that the garage, you know, the garages. With those two so far, that's the only two that I'm noticing. So that's why I kind of left them up there just to kind of take note as far as either to use. So like this one, it probably wouldn't make any sense to go change the scaling of it top and bottom. So probably just to step the actual size of this down to yeah, this should be a 1024 by 1024. So it probably need to be a 512 high by 1024 wide. So for that one, and then this one, either if you can bring it upscale this subject matter, or step the overall texture size down and use less space left and right, all the way around, really. And like I said, I haven't even looked at the size of the actual deal, but either using more of that space or stepping it up, down in this case, in either one of these, it's going to reduce the size of these. So these right here, I think, are at 684. You could probably be half as big if you were to step it down. So the brake select, yeah, that's at 684 as well. That's not really a bad size, but that would give you more room to be able to add other items into the track as you move forward, right? So the more room that you can save as far as by reducing the amount of texture size, that's definitely going to help in the long run. I know you're well aware of this, but I'm just pointing out to anybody, you know, anybody who's oh, there it is. I just noticed that out of the corner of my eye. So there's the red guy. Was that Torch? Yeah, that was Torch. That was Torch's turn. Torch's turn to get it. Lady Death. Okay, let me get some of that mojo. And like, nope. Nope. All right, so you each got one. You're 1 for 1 now. 1 and 1. Pretty cool. Lady checking her fluids. You were in overtime now. 45.58 hours and 14,161 units of fluids. Appreciate all that time there, Lady Death. You've earned yourself quite a few units of fluids, I guess, to be able to use in. Hey, Yasso! Look at Yasso coming on, sneaking on in it too. How we doing? Got everybody showing up now. Party's just getting started now. Yeah, we're just going through the latest of what Torch has given us for the Texas Motor Speedway build for the NASCAR Racing 2003 racing simulation. We're doing just dandy. I'm glad to be inside and out of the heat. That's for sure. Sweating my tail off, I guess, earlier today. That was just trying to get, cooled off. I guess as far as I was hustling and bustling. I guess I'd be able to get the stream going on time as much as possible. We had to start a little bit late, but hopefully I'm making up for time, lost time. Patting yourself on the back, right? Yeah. So if you just missed it or whatever like that, Lady Death came in hot and heavy, I guess, as far as this right off the bat. She ended up doing on one. I think it was her first slot. She did the first slots there and immediately got the jackpot. Torch has been struggling, I guess, to get his first one. You just got it. So now they're 1 and 1 right now. A little bit of competition with the slots there now. Now they're both 500 units richer. Well, actually that was 200 units on Torch, but yeah. 200 units on the little red guy. You get the 500 units on the Kappa, and then 1,000 units is the maximum units of fluid you can get on jackpot. The slots there. Basking drops, right? That's funny. You guys are funny. All right, so where did we leave off? We did the precision. So I was making note, I guess, the Torch, I guess, as far as what needs to be adjusted. So far, these are the only two. I'm gonna leave those open. I'm gonna pull the rest of these to the side. I got plenty of textures opened up in WinMip, so it kind of gets to show you, how very old school, I guess, the WinMip 2 utility is. For that, you can load quite a bit in here before it actually crap itself. And the fact that I've got a lot of textures open up. I can't minimize any of these. That's the only other problem. It doesn't have a minimize window, I guess, for each one here, so they're just kind of all scattered up in here. And I got the entire interface completely maximized. But you can kind of get a sense of all these textures that I've got loaded up into this thing. And we're still loading more. We got a few more, I guess, to go through. But these are the two only with the precision and this brake select. The only two so far that would need some adjustment. What's the next one? So we got TSD Super Start. Let's see what this one is. Oh, this one's nice. Super Start batteries. Let's see where this one's at. This is good use of. Not bad. This is tolerable. I like the size of this as far as how much space it's using in that. And again, that compliance of the Power 2. Trying to use as much space as possible without, going past it or having to go in a step up. Not a lot of dead space between that. So I can totally see how this was. This is what I think of when I, as far as in construction of the other two that need some attention. But like this one in particular, if you were able to size this one up the same as this, that's using more of that space that you need to have there. So either way it works, it either size this up, like as I said. I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm just going to reiterate. Uh-oh, is this thing crapping out? Yep, so when you start seeing this is when you know you got too much loaded up in here. Alright, so I'm going to start closing some of these. So this is good. We're going to close some of these up now. So you can tell how many you see. But I see it now as I just jinxed it probably. The fact that I've got as much in there. When you start seeing that bleed over, I guess, between different windows, that's when you know you got too much open. And and that just means he's gonna start closing some up. I was like, okay, if that one's done, let's go ahead and close that. And some of these bigger ones, I'll go ahead and close those that are good to go. There we go. Just kind of free that up a little bit, because it does use memory. You know, so the more stuff that you load into this interface for the WinMip 2, you have to use memory. So as far as your RAM and such, so I was just looking to see how much you could actually push it. The fact that I had as much as it loaded up in there, it just kind of gives you an idea. I don't have them all open. I had them pretty close, damn near close to all of them that we've got here to go over. So we've got this one loaded up. We did that one. We checked that one out. We got this Texas motor. Let's open this one up. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. I double clicked it instead of my bad. Close that. I don't need that. So the fact that the MIP form. Oh my goodness, what did I do here? What did I do? Did I open it too many times? There we go. Second. I think I opened multiple instances of Paint Shop. My bad. And the MIP format is what's called a multi-image. I forget what it actually stands for, but the fact that MIP, in the sense of for Paint Shop Pro, that's a standard default extension that it'll open up there. It's just not the same, exactly the same as what Paint Shop Pro will be able to produce, and that's why I was trying to open with that program as far as Paint Shop Pro. So I double clicked on it instead of trying to open it up in WinMip 2. So that's why I did that. So let me go this way. There we go. So this is got two more to open up here to check out. Okay, so this is another one of the smaller ones, the 512 by 256 or 256 by 512. Much the same as the other ones that we already looked at previously, like this one. Very good use of that texture space. You really squeeze that one in there. Maximize the use of that width on that, that's for sure. And then if we look again at where that is actually located on the track, in here, we can see how that looks. Oh my goodness, I did not want to do that. Get out of there. I did the drive mode instead of the smooth mode. There we go. So here's that particular texture. That's how it looks in there. So look how it blends in with the grass texture, which is totally separate, right? Totally separate. So the grass is a total separate texture to our track surface decal, but the fact that it's got that grassy grunge look to it, 100% looks like it belongs there. Definitely, Torch has done that. Really good job, I guess, as far as I. Now, even the way this is done here, I noticed. I'm going to open this one last, as far as this apron texture. There's a couple different ways you could probably go about that. You could make the asphalt area one texture, one TSD or object, and then use TSDs on that. I'm assuming you might have already tried to do that, and this came out to be a better option. But there's definitely a couple different ways you can go on about this. If I had to guess, though, without looking at it 100%, you probably created a 3DO for this, which I already know that exists, and then created a texture and not separate TSDs for that. And this is why you can see the difference in clarity, I guess, as far as between doing it that way as opposed to individualized textures. And whether or not that would need to be adjusted to get rid of some of this pixelization there, as I see here for the lines and the degradedness, I guess, of some of the way these are done. That you have to play around with that a little bit, I guess, to see what works best. Yeah. So I'm going to be looking at this piece here in a second. I already know, for the most part, that this is a model. So this is based on a 3DO, not a TSD as we've been looking at. So majority of these textures we've been looking at are trackside decals, which means you basically put them on as like a sticker applique to other textures and surfaces that are already on the track. And how they blend in, how you paint that texture is going to represent, I guess, as far as how it'll blend in with the rest of the environment. These have been done really well. So if you were to have done these just as flat textures with no grass grunge to it, it would have looked kind of out of place, for example. Alright, so we got one more texture to look at. So I'm looking at the priorities. None of these priorities are messed up as in comparison to those two wing pieces, I guess, as far as what the O'Reilly on it. Just that one, it's kind of a little slip there, I guess, as far as I'm having on the priority for it. Not that it would be a problem. So far, even in multiplicity, as we've been looking at here, None of the other ones have that priority of 40 to it, so you just having that 1 to that one probably wouldn't make too much of an impact. It's really what you want to pay attention to is doing that mistakenly, even I guess as far as putting that prior to 40 on a lot more textures. That yeah, you don't want to do that. You can avoid that. And this is the last one. So we got TSV Xfinity. So that's the other third series that NASCAR has. So you have the Gander Truck Series, the Gander Camping Outdoors Truck Series that we already looked at previously, and now the NASCAR one, Xfinity Series. And then you've got the Cup one, which is in that group. It's in that that set, if you will. So in totality, we've got everything accounted for other than this apron logo. We're gonna look at that one next. So you got the NASCAR Cup Series that's in the set, as opposed to the individual ones that flank both ends of the front stretch here, the dog leg, as far as for the Gander Mountain Truck Series, and then you got the Xfinity over here. So you got that event information over here, that event information for Gander here, and you got everything related to Cup Series right in the center. And that's the primary layout that most tracks in NASCAR tend to follow. That tends to be the way they do them. All the events at most of the NASCAR tracks that they rate the format. Cup Series in the center. I think it tends to sometimes vary. They might have Xfinity at one end or the other. They might be flip-flop sometimes, but they tend to usually flank the Cup Series event. Cup Series is the premier series in NASCAR, as we all know. So all those have been gone over, and that's the only two. In summary of everything we've gone over, the only two is this precision and that one that would potentially need to be adjusted. With exception to that O'Reilly. Again, it's just footnoting, I guess, as far as everything that we've gone over and what potentially would need to be some adjustment. These are really good, though. I like that's. I don't know if I could have done better than that, to be honest. It looks really like it belongs in grass. And again, just that variety, or that variance, I guess, between the black on the white and the white on the black, it's really tough to do. Having especially that on the color is not quite as bad or hard, I guess, to do that. I mean, black is a color, right? But it's, I don't know. Without actually doing it, trying to apply that aspect yourself, as far as a layer or several layers, I guess, to get this effect. We appreciate, I guess, as far as how much it is, I guess, to get it that way. I mean, I've shown in previous streams, I guess, as far as to take a grass texture, for example, and be able to turn it into a grayscale, for example, and apply that to the color image that you create. That's all solid colors. Put that on there and go back and forth between an overlay, screen, multiply, and so on to get that effect, to get that depthness of it being still grass, right? And not stepping on, I guess, that integrity of the grass. It's not easy to do. Very hard to perfect, I guess, as far as it takes some practice, I guess, to be able to get it that way. And you can tell you've taken the time, I guess, to do. I have a huge appreciation for how much time was taken, I guess, to get this to look just like that. I've struggled with that myself. Alright, so we've looked at all those two textures there, Riley. So let's close these all out. And we're working our way up to being able to test and check all this stuff out in the sim itself. So far we've only been looking at it from the outside of the sim. Let's close some of these up. I think at this point we've looked at just about every single one of the new trackside decals that we have in track. So we're going to close this out. Go. And there they are. Yeah, so you can really tell, even as I mentioned, the way this is kind of like off, it just seems off, as far as a little bit too vibrant, for lack of a better way to put it, in comparison to everything else, to include even this decal that's on the grandstands. This just doesn't look like it goes there because it doesn't have that overlay, I guess, of like the, or grunge, or whatever you want to call it, I guess, as far as of the being on asphalt. It just looks a little bit out of place, but I can really see the differences in, the coloration of this logo to the rest of them, as far as like how, The Cup Series logos always do, no matter which track you go to, they always seem to stand out more than the rest. You know, so again, the fact that this one stands out more than that, it tends to make it look out of place. And I know I feel like I'm beating it, but it just to give some clarity, I guess, as far as why the adjustments would need to be applied is all. To make it look like it belongs there. Definitely looks good. I like the fact that there is the variety, or just the ability to be able to change these independently. For example, two separate models, two separate textures, a lot of adjustability there. These were already done in the grandstands here in previous streams, and these even turned out pretty good too. And again, I almost forgot. You guys were supposed to remind me. We need to look at this apron logo. I wanted to look at this one. So this is a model. This is 3D model based on the track geometry. Now we're supposed to remind me. So let's go into object view and see. So the fact that I'm not able to select it, I guess, from here, because there's a lot of other objects in the way. And as I've shown before, most cases, if you're not able to select, as far as like with the mouse, being able to go into your pull down menu, while you're in the trackside object view, go to your pull down, and that should be named Drivable Apron. So now I can select that this way. So that confirms whatever that is a model. Now we can take a look at what texture goes along with that. So I want to kind of do a little bit of summary just to show, like if you're looking for what texture belongs with a particular object, the way you can do that pretty easily, find out what the object name is. Obviously, in this case, it's Drivable Apron. Very general name to that as well. And then go back to, this is going to be in this one here. So once you figure out what the name of it is, you can open up that 3D. Now the fact that it's the same name here, let's assume the texture isn't named the same as it is the 3DO. I like the way this is done, actually. You can open this up with Notepad. Notepad++ won't work as well, or even Sublime, I've come to find. I'm assuming just the way the 3DO is structured, it tends to like Notepad better than the more robust Notepad++ or even Sublime. For example, there's other text editors that are out there. Notepad++, which is native to pretty much every Windows OS that's out there, is totally easy. So there's not a lot going on with that model, obviously, as far as like all the vertices and the tries and whatever polygons that were in it. It's a very simple model, so you're not going to have a lot of information in here. But if we did need to do a search on this, you would need to search for MIP, and there you can see it right here. This is the texture that's applied to it, and that's how you can determine what texture and or textures are applied to the model. So the fact that this is actually named that right there, if we didn't know that by looking through all the other stuff that's in our track unpack, our track edit folder, that's how you would be able to find it. And we can open this up and see what we got going on with it. We'll open up our WinMap 2. I closed that out there just to kind of remove any memory, I guess, as far as what was previously in there, so that it doesn't, kind of step on itself. Because, like I said, WinMap 2, even though it is a very old 32-bit program, it still requires to use memory, I guess, to be able to load things into the interface. So you would think it'll use asphalt texture under the O'Reilly's corners. Nice. Check the apron texture and model. Yep, we're going to do that right now. We are going to do that. Thanks for reminding me. If I missed that in chat, I apologize for that. Was that post-fact? I just happened to notice that you said that, so that's probably like post-fact as far as when I said it. You're always supposed to remind me. Thanks for reminding me, Leo Torch. Appreciate that. So we're going to open this texture up for the apron. And this is going to be in the other folder here, so let's go with... Oh, crap. Crap. We got to go all the way back this way. Yeah, let's go. Oh, come on now. What are you doing to me? Let's do this. Yeah, we'll do it this way then. So we got this one right here, and it's going to be this one right here. Let's open this up and see what's going on. Oh, very good use of Alright, so what do we got priority-wise? So we got it on priority 4. This one you could probably get away with. You could definitely probably getting away with using more of this here if you needed to. If it's possible. You could use more of it up and down. Also, this is probably one of the very good example probably to be able to use a higher priority on this one in comparison. So you can maintain some more clarity in this one. Because of the way it's constructed. Because you've got so much going on with it in the form of a model as opposed to a TSD. You could easily get away with being able to put this at a priority of 40 or maybe even definitely higher than a 4 so that you have more clarity in this. Because what I notice as I look at this one even from Sandbox here is probably going to make a difference too once we're in the sim. It might step on some of this quality of it. It's not terrible, but you can definitely see some anti-aliasing, if you will, I guess as far as in comparison to the way the TSDs are done. A lot more crisper lines on this than you do this, and a lot of that probably does have to do one of two things, either using more of the space as far as the top to bottom, or a higher priority, and or any combination of that. I like this the way this is done though. I don't even know. I think we did something similar to this on the 15 build too, if I remember. It's been a while. And also, like I said, there's also a couple different ways you could go about this. So depending on how much levelness that you have in this particular area, as far as where this logo, this decal goes, if it's relatively flat here, you could probably do the, and then this all takes into account splitting the track up. The heck? Hold on. Splitting the track up and, you know, being able to get all these weird angles, I guess as far as that probably exists in reality. Making it the asphalt itself, as far as the area to put the TSDs down, you can use that as a model, right? And then put TSDs on top of that model. That's gonna be another option. That would give you a little bit room for clarity, I guess, as far as on the decals that go on the other piece. Is something to take into consideration here. So what it basically comes down to is, what do you want more focus on? You want more focus and clarity onto the sponsors that are applied to it, or do you want more clarity into the surface to which those are applied to? I would take the latter part as far as to, I want more clarity in the decals, right? So this is how I would decide. So again, it's something to take into consideration. You know, as far as a suggestion, you could make just the asphalt area as a model, keep that as a model, and put all these decals. And again, it all comes down to if it's level enough there to where you can do that, apply all these individual decals as a TSD, either individually like you've done with the rest of them, or to put them in a set. So like do a set for this one and a set for this one, and then name those appropriately, I guess, as far as to have TSD apron set 1, TSD apron set 2. That was something I would take, just thinking out loud. This is what I would think would take away, I guess, some of the anti-aliasing that I notice in here. And this is not bad at all. I'm not saying this looks bad at all. It's just I think there could be some more clarity with everything else that's going on with these other decals in here. This one here is probably not so bad, but some of these white ones, there's a little bit of it just looks, for lack of it looks a little more in blah. Like it doesn't you can tell that it's exactly the way it's built. So I think if there was some separation between the two, that would just like you've done with the grass and the TSDs, it would level that out a little bit, as far as the clarity of them. Just something you can take into consideration is all. Something that I did notice, and I don't know if I did it or if it was yourself there, Torch. I had put the flag stand in here, at least a placeholder, but I see it is out of here now. So I do notice that the fencing has been redone too, I guess. So I don't know if that was something that when I sent it back to you and you had to take that out, that was completely fine. Like I said, most of the stuff that I'm doing is all placeholder. Putting it in there, I guess, as far as just a placeholder, at least anyway. I did notice doing a little some practice laps when I got it from you yesterday is we still have the flagger that's open in this area. Yep. But what I did notice as well is he's got the generic texture to it as far as just what comes by default in the sim, as opposed to this texture. I wanted to look at that one real quick and see why that was, because I thought, could be wrong, I thought we did had put the series logo or the series flagger texture to that. So let's look at that real quick. So this is where the track is at. Track edit folders right here. So the flagger is this. And again, we're going to use that same method as I mentioned earlier, just as far as to be able to know what textures are applied to that particular 3DO. And we're going to use search feature, find, type in MIP, and see which textures are applied. So we got series flagger is used. We'll see if that's actually in our track folder, just to ensure. Like checker, this shows all the textures that would be applied to that particular model, series flagger again. So there's different levels of detail in this model because it is an animated object. So the fact that it's going to have several different instances of that same texture that's going to be applied to different levels of this animated object. Okay, so that's all it's in there. Checkered and the series flagger. Okay, cool. You wrote that after you said it? Okay, cool. Right. Yeah. I'm just catching up with the chapter. Make sure I'm not missing anything. So this one does use a series flagger. I want to see, do we have series flagger in here? Thought we did, but I could be wrong. Might have left it out, but what I know, yeah, it is in here. I wonder why it's not showing up in the sim. That's what I noticed when, especially when I was doing some test laps, it was showing the generic texture for the flagger. So this is the texture that should be applied to that. Let me look on my, move on over to my other monitor here just to double check and see what is in our sim track directory, you know, as far as the sim itself, and just ensure that it is in there. Let's see here. So we got, gotta do some double checking. Second. So, all right. So we gotta go. All right. Stepping all over myself here. So yeah, what's really weird, like I mentioned past streams here, the fact that I don't have a lot of the file formats as far as for the MIPS, you know, as far as the track dat. Yeah, it's all generic. I don't have any icons, I guess, applied to that. At some point, I want to be able to do that so I can differentiate as far as which items are what, so I don't have to look at the file extensions, for example. In some cases, it comes down to registering some of the file extensions so that they can be recognized by the Windows OS. So you don't have the flagger in yours. I mean, it should be, because the one I got back from you had, maybe that's why it's, are you talking about the texture itself, the actual flagger? The flagger object. Because when I did some testing on it, the flagger's there, but it wasn't showing the texture. That's what I was going to look at. That's why I'm looking to see if it, so everything on my end should still hold true, I guess, as far as because of the, even though you give me the PTF. So the flagger was actually showing on the fence there. We had to just pass the latest restart zone, if you remember. It is there, but it's showing the generic. It's not showing the one that should be in the track here. That's what I'm looking to see, if that texture is actually in the sim track folder. I don't think it is. So what I'm going to do some finagling here. So let's go over this way. Doing some stuff off screen here, but it's nothing to be concerned about. I'm just making sure I've got all the appropriate files that have in our track edit folder, as well as in our sim track directory, as far as that the sim can open it up. Let's do this. We want to go where's purchase folder? It's 2020 TE. Okay, so let's grab. Let's really curious to get into the sim and actually show you some test labs with all this goody stuff in it. Where are you? Copy the board. It was not in there. Okay, so that would explain it. Yep, so I did not have that texture in the sim directory. That's why it was loading the generic texture. Okay, so that's been explained. Cool. Now, keeping in mind the placement of the flagger, we've got it says as a placeholder. We've put it so that it's a little bit closer to that restart zone. We were checking out the functionality of that restart zone to make sure it didn't need to be bumped up or down. So there was that. Now that we've confirmed all that, probably more so we can put where it needs to go, and that goes back to my original comment that I made as far as having the start box, as far as the flag. I think it was called start box. I think it's still in here, but it's obviously not applied to this PTF. Yep, right here. We got the start box right here, and I applied that last stream, I believe. So yeah, we got this in here just as a placeholder. Whether or not this will need to be redone, I guess to accommodate, this particular track build, but I did have it in there as a track build. It's no longer applied, so I just wanted to make sure. Don't have flagger in my okay. SF flagger I have, but no MIP. Okay, I think that's what you meant. First I read it as LP. Yeah, so I think what had happened maybe when I did that, I probably did not include that, and that's probably partially my fault. I did that, so. Torch said he'd be right back. So yeah, whether or not we actually use this this model here that we made, this was made for the 2015 build. If this is not sufficient, if we need to redo this, then we'll need to redo it. But I had it in there as a placeholder, I guess, anyway. So whether or not I go ahead and put that in there, I'll leave it up to Torch to decide whether or not he wants to use this or not, or whether or not he wants to construct a new one. This one's very low poly, as you can probably imagine. So the fact that it has just a two-sided poly, I guess, for the ladder with transparency, obviously, and then it's got some transparency below where the feet are. So it's got quite a bit of detailing. The fact that it is a low poly model, the fact that it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then however many the cylinder has itself. So we're talking maybe around 20 polys or so to include the shadow plane. Very low poly model, but it has quite a bit of detail in it, even in low poly. The fact that it has use of the transparency, as far as having an alpha channel in it, so you can add some detail, little drainage, I guess, where the feet go. So if it tends to get wet up there, it can still drain out, for example. That type of detail into it. So, yeah. All right, so we'll leave that up for grabs, I guess, as far as whether or not this particular model from the 15 build will get applied to this build of Texas. But that is what I did have in there, I guess, as far as I have one of the PTFs there. It's just no longer in here. So just to clarify. So yeah, we got our series flagger. This is the way it should show in the sim when we go and test this again now, as opposed to the generic texture. Now that I put that texture that belongs to it, speaking of, it's now in the track directory, so it'll be cool. No shots for you. Bot says, I don't think so. Alright. Alright, we're gonna get ready here now to check. Now that we've seen everything that has been added to the track, lots of stuff here. Lots of stuff for this front stretch here. The billboards I went over earlier. So pairing that up with everything else that we've slowly getting things applied to this. Going all the way back to the start here, we got the Lone Star Motel, all the grandstands. Put the score tower in at one point. Now we got the restart zone. We got a lot more definitive areas, I guess, of the track. So even with anything else in here right now, we got plenty of stuff. One of the other things that we probably don't need that is somewhat a little bit more critical is having track condition lights. I do not know as of current, I guess, as far as what type of track condition light that they use at Texas Motor Speedway. I don't know if they've fully implemented, I guess, the Whelen. They use the Whelen track condition lights that seem to be prominent, I guess, in a lot of the other NASCAR tracks. I do know one of the specialties that they have at the Texas Motor Speedway, on the front stretch in particular, like just in front of the grandstands, they have the light posts themselves actually light up under caution. So depending on if it's under caution or not, they actually tidal wave, I guess, across for lack of a better way to put it, across the fencing. I'm assuming Torch is going to want to apply something like that. We did something similar to that on the 15 build. To say the least, it was kind of a tedious process there, because you got to model basically the individual lights for each post, because you're trying to put a model onto a geometric item. So it's kind of much the same thing with the Safer. You have the marriage of the model to a geometric item, and there's a lot of tweaking that you got to do there, I guess, to make sure that it's not clipping into it, and that it looks like it's, it looks like it's a part of it. So whether or not Torch is looking in to do that, I can look at the. I actually have the 15 build, and I can kind of show. I think a little bit. This is a card for anybody that was not aware, I guess, as far as the 2015 build that we did at this track. This is far from, I guess, as far as many changes have been made as far as the reconfiguration of 1 and 2, for example. They got the PGA 1 onto that. They lowered that side. All this, lots of stuff happening since the 15 build, that's for sure. And that's why Torch is taking the initiative, I guess, to apply it in such a fashion, because there's so many wholesale changes that have been made to the track like that. But there are still some things that are still evident with the track, and that happens to be that signature that they have of the catch fence caution lights, if you will, like tidal wave across the. It's a pretty cool effect, but it's a pain in the arse, I guess, to be able to get applied. So yeah, let me do this. I'm gonna close all this out, and I'm gonna open up. I have the 15 build in the same thing here. So this is based on the day version of the Safer Barrier Project 2015 build. That did this with Racer James back when. We'll get this loaded up here. Immediately you can tell the difference. Almost immediately you can tell the difference as far as how much refreshed and modernized, I guess, that the track has been with Torches and this one. A lot more information that we have now as far as with the LiDAR and everything else. The way models are constructed. We took a more simplified approach with this one, obviously, I guess, to use more simple models, I guess, for car groups and things like that. A lot of this, as far as what we knew back then and what we know in comparison to what we know now, much more defined. So right off the bat, you can tell. You think the bot woke up on the wrong side of the bed? Uh-oh. Oh yeah, as far as the cooldown, no, that's normal for the shot. That's what you meant, yeah. So that's on a cooldown, so yeah. But yeah, it might be getting a little bit high strung. The bot might be a little bit upset, I guess, as far as with Lady Death and Torch for getting some jackpots there. So yeah, this is the 2015 build. So you can kind of see this is the type of caution light or track condition light that they had in there. This is all 3D modeled. And this is based on an actual picture references of the actual light Yep, so this is just to give you some idea of what was going on with that. What I did notice that Torch has applied to this newer version, that he's the height of the catch fence is more where it should be. These are, you know, we came to understand, I guess, as far as after the creation of this one, that these were very insufficient as far as the height of those. So that's first and foremost to mention here. So the score tower, we didn't know what the height of this thing was back then. Now that we know what the actual height of it was, they were able to adjust that based on Torch's build. So the fact that it's still relatively in that same location that we have it, the height of it was completely wrong. So we've adjusted that. So just making some comparison here. But what I wanted to make also note of here, and I think there's a way I can invoke this here. I'm gonna try it. If we look really close at these catch fence posts here, let's see if I can find one. So right here you can see the modeled lights. So this is a 3D model applied to the geometric fencing, and it takes a lot of tweaking to get that to look right as far as in the sim, to make sure it's not clipping into it too far out. It's not, doesn't look like it's floating, all that jazz. This is the way the geometry likes to breathe in the sim. But yeah, so you got the top section and the lower section, and these will blink in a systematic pattern, so they don't blink all at once. So one will blink and another blinks and another one blinks, and it starts all over again, you know, from one point to the other, and it gives it that tidal wave effect. And it's not 100% perfect by any stretch, I guess, as far as we try to mimic the same effect that they have at the track in reality as much as possible. So here's the next set, and they blink totally offset to each other as far as the pattern. So there's another set. Here's the next set. Here's another set, and it goes all the way, if I remember right, and it's like every few posts here, there's another set. See, this kind of gives you an idea. The way the track geometry breathes, this is what we had to do to get that to, this is why you got to do a lot of testing in the sim itself to get it to, so in the sim, in order to get it to make it still appear that it's on the actual post, we had to kind of exaggerate the position of it. So in the sim, even though in here it looks like it's floating, in the sim it does not. So that is somewhat of a, you know, old school method, I guess, as far as being able to get new technology, I guess, applied to old school tech, for lack of a better way to put it. So that's one example I wanted to show, I guess, as far as how much. Now, whether or not Torch will have the same type of issue in the track build that he has is, you know, it's still yet to be seen. But this is the approach that we took. These are two separate objects. So this is one object, this is another object, so that they can be independently modified based on the curvature of this geometric fence. Okay. So here's another set. This should go all the way up into turn 1. It covers the majority of the grandstands. Here's another set. Another set. Another set. So now, so we got the markers on there just to let the drivers know as far as, like, you know, the start of the turn actually is approaching. 3, 2, 1. So these are evenly, I shouldn't say evenly, they are perfect measure, I guess, as far as I think we ended up going, and I'd have to look at the linear guide as far as, like, they're specific interval apart, you know, so they're like 20 meters apart, I want to say, just off of memory. So it gives time for the drivers, and the fact that Texas Motor Speedway tends to use these as opposed to, say, like the orange cones. In some cases, NASCAR, when they have events there at the tracks like this, they'll have both these markers as well as the orange cones. So it just depends on the venue. But because there's so many other series that do run at Texas Motor Speedway and tracks of the like, they tend to use more permanent solutions, I guess, to markers, I guess, as far as when the turn is approaching. Whether or not they still have these at the track, I don't know. I do not know, but they're available here. But that's another set of the fence track lighting, as far as the track condition lights. These only mostly operate during cautions. I should probably make that. So only during a caution do these light up and kind of tidal wave across the front stretch fence. Oh, now he was able to give himself a shot. Almost a solid 100 units too. So Torch, the only thing I was mentioning, now that you're back, was how we applied the track condition lighting, I guess, on the fence post here, and you know, a little bit of tweaking that had to be done between the geometric fence and the 3D modeled pieces. So the fact that these two pieces are individual, so that you can manipulate those independently to get it to look the best in the sim in comparison to Sandbox. So there's another set. This should, like I said, this should go all the way up into the end of the grandstands. We're pretty close to it. Another set. They should stop right about there. Yep, I think that's where they stopped, right about there. Yep, so there's no more. Now, I think in actuality they do go a little bit further into turn one, you know, as far as to cover a majority of the grandstands. And that's just to give some pizzazz, I guess, to the fans that are in the stands, as far as having all that lit up there during a caution. That's kind of something that's unique, I guess, to on top of lots of things. You know, you got the big screen, TV on the back stretch, and all those types of things. Now, this 15 build that we did here didn't take into account that post fact of this build. What they did apply was safer barrier throughout both the interior walls and the outside walls. So this is an initiative that NASCAR has applied in conjunction with the venue owners, like Texas Motor Speedway and the like. They've taken the initiative to apply safer barrier throughout. They previous to that, all they were doing was putting it in the most quote-unquote high-impact areas. You know, the areas that they felt were more prone against accidents. And they come to find out that, you know, through the course of the way this is driving styles and the way the racing progressed itself to this point, that it was necessary to put safer barrier throughout. So that's why another reason why Torch has taken the initiative, I guess, to apply that. So since we got to apply all these new aspects that they're applying, that's another wholesale change. A lot of tracks like Texas, Dover, and other tracks that Torch has already taken a point, I guess, to do. That's probably one of the bigger things amongst everything else, is to apply that safer barrier. And again, it's that marriage of the geometric aspects to the model pieces and getting those to play nice with each other so that they look like they belong. So yeah, the fact that these are tapered off as opposed to having it all the way through, like Torch now has it in the current build that he's got, that's one of the big differences between the two. So if you wanted to have this more as a nostalgic version of the track, that's still possible. But even as we look at this now and everything that Torch has done here, what I didn't notice, and maybe they don't have it anymore, is these. This is the quarter mile. It's either the eighth mile or quarter mile check that they have going through the front stretch. I'm not sure if they do have that anymore or not. From what I've seen in Torch's build, I see it's not there. So I'm assuming they have gotten rid of it. I'm just taking that. So I'm just making some points of what has been changed, probably wholesale or not, I guess, as far as between 2015 and now. Victory Lane that we've got here, this is the building the area that we created for the 15 build. That's definitely up for grabs. If it's got its own flags that actually wave, custom flags here, they'll wave, Texas flags. That was something that was groundbreaking, I guess, at the time when we did this build, I guess, as far as to have a separate flag waving besides the US flag. Custom. I don't remember for sure, and I can probably look at this as I say that. I don't remember if we actually had those waving or not. I think we just left them static. Because we couldn't get, from what I can remember, we weren't able to get them to wave, I guess, in the same type of pattern as the default ones that come with the sim. Let me take a look at this as I say that. Let's go object. So here's the individual flags. And I guess we did get them that way. Okay, so they do have the animation to it. these will wave. I know we had worked on a prototype of one, and I just couldn't remember if we actually did apply that. But yeah, see, these are custom flags, and they have the same animation nodes as the default flags, which would be similar to, where was that bugger? I think it was over here somewhere. This one? I think it was this right here. Yeah, so the same as, this is the ones that comes into the sim by default. We were able to apply those same types of nodes. The patterns are a little bit different, I guess, between the two types, right? So they don't wave in much the same pattern. So they're a little bit different in that sense there. So that's something that still might need to be, you know, tweak that out a little bit, as far as to get those to move like that. But the fact that we were even able to do that even back then, is still pretty cool. Oh shoot, I forgot what I was talking about there, Torch, as far as like they do. I was working on it next. Oh, as far as the caution lights, the track condition lights, was that the one I was missing? Oh, you missed the vein. Ouch. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Gotta be careful with that. Gotta be careful with that. Sometimes you can slip and miss. You can always feel free to scold the bot, play some slots, and also risk some of your fluids, I guess, to supplement those there, yeah. So plenty of mini chat games that you can utilize the units of fluids there. Feel free to use those if you so choose. It's not 100% obligated or required, but they're there for that particular use. Yeah, so you can see how this is constructed. As far as this is based on the construct of the default Papyrus that Papyrus came out with. So we kind of use that same type of logic behind it. Only we're only using one texture for this particular type, so it's more of a vertex type of animation. Who's doing that? No, the small tracker. Okay, so you still have to do it. Okay, thank you for that clarification, Torch. Yeah, so I know I mentioned a couple of different things. So yeah, having that small short track that's in the infield there, that still needs to be done. Now we did it in the form of TSDs for that, and that could, you know, with what, again, it comes down to what we know now as compared to what we knew then. You could probably 3D model that as far as those individual pieces based on the track geometry and just texture that. We did this as a TSD in this back then. I can kind of see if I can populate that. So yeah, this should be the TSD for it, which is, whoops, get the name of that real quick, just to kind of show what we did there. So we call this TSD road left. So if we open this up, you'll see you playing those slots. You used up all your luck on the edge, right? Right? So yeah, Lady Death playing it safe then. Yep, that's fair. That's pretty fair. So we're gonna open up that TSD road left. Let's take a look at this and see what's going on. So we should have that. Nuts, what did I do with that? I'm gonna go back. Just one more step here. I need to go. Oh, all right, I did it here. There we go. So I need TSD road. Let's put it in this format. TSD, and this is something else to take into consideration when you're creating textures. When you put the TSD in front of it, then you know which ones are textures that are used for objects as in comparison to track surface decals. When you put TSD to it, you know it's a track surface decal layer that's on the PTF. So to put into perspective everything that we've gone over so far, that's going to help you differentiate as far as like what texture goes with what. So we know this is a track surface decal, and so on. That's the same thing that Torch has done. See, and this is what I was talking about, the generalization of the names to certain things. Like we did for the NASCAR Xfinity series, we did it as TSD NXS as opposed to, you know, Xfinity. So it's a little bit more generalized, but also Cup 500. So it's your Cup Event 500 instead of whatever it is the actual sponsor is. That was the generalization that I was speaking of. And like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be done that way, but it just makes sense as far as when they change sponsors and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about doing a PTF edit. That's the only takeaway, I guess, as far as from doing it that way. So what I'm looking for is TSD road left. There we go. So we got a left and a right to encompass, I guess, that small track area, I guess, as far as, because it does use some of the geometric track as well as pit road to do that. So there's other tracks like Charlotte, whenever they do the same, they use the same type of thing here. So here's that decal, just to kind of give you an idea of the size of it. And when you consider what we did, this could be done as a model, absolutely, for sure. We can see how large and in charge this thing is. And because it's so large and it has so much detail as it, we only need a priority of 1, right? There's no need to put any higher priority than this because there's already plenty of detail because of the size of it already. Now, talking about size, you know, again, it's that balance of whether you put a lot of priority into it, how much detail you put into, based on the side that you're using. So if you're going to use something this size, you want to put a lot of detail in it, but then use less priority to kind of balance out the priority. Right, so the size of this particular one, for example, is going to be pretty large, right? But because all the detail really is in the texture itself, by doing it this way, you don't need to change the priority, so you're not losing any frames. I'm going to do medium. So the size of that one, I want to say it's probably a 1.33, if I remember right. I know that was a pretty beefy texture. But that was the compromisation. If we were to step it down, as far as the size of it, to kind of take away some of the detail and the quality of it, then we would have to upscale the priority to it. That would be the only difference. All right, where are we at? TSD. I gotta scroll down here. That's what I gotta do. So a lot of TSDs, as well as in this build. So left end TSD road. Left. Could be an alphabetic, PQR. Come on, where are you at? Oh, yeah. So this one here ends up being 1.33 meg. Yep, that's what I thought. So you can see how much detail. So even the fact that we've got it such a big texture size, right? We got lesser priority, but more detail, like I said. So if we were to step that down, just to kind of clarify, I guess, what's going on here. If we were to make this half the size, we would just have to upscale that detail. Now, knowing what we know now, as far as being able to create an object for it, you could definitely probably step down the texture size, because now you're able to apply that texture to an object as opposed to a TSD. So plenty of, to kind of consider, I guess, as far as whether or not you do it as an object to make it more one with the track, if you will, as opposed to a TSD. And it all comes down to whether or not that area that you're trying to apply to TSD is flat enough to where you're not going to get any, weird disparities of the texture actually kind of floating on the surface of the geometry. And I don't remember for sure if we did actually have that problem or not. I think we tried to make sure that this area was level as we possibly could get it, so you wouldn't have that problem. But I'm not going to say we completely removed a lot of it. No. So you can see how this transition is, and you can kind of get the sense of how you would be able to. And what's funny is you can actually, we did some races back when this build was done. You can actually do races because it has the start finish line here with that lead segment. You can actually do short track racing, I guess, in this area. You really have to have the setup to be able to accommodate such sharp turns, small, really short track. But it's super fun. You can totally do an event based on just using this area. Now, keeping in mind, and I mentioned this before, I guess, as far as the way Torches got this done, the way we did the texture, as far as the assignments for what is where. Let's go to the geometry view. I need to refresh my memory as far as how we did this, because we did not split the area. We just, instead of splitting the air, the section out to be able to get the shape of the short track, what we did did that in the form of the TSD. We could do this as a model too. I want to keep that abundantly clear. This is the options that you have in doing that. Instead of splitting the track up, if you have the option of being able to make an object as opposed to splitting the track up, definitely go with creating an object or TSD. Don't try to split that up to get this shape, because the more splits that you have, and especially if they're in smaller segments and really small slivers, as far as less than 6 meters in in length, that's going to create problems down the road. So you want to always keep that in consideration when you're doing these types of things. We definitely did made very good, played very close attention in what we did here too. We try to split it up as minimally as possible. These are borderline, you know, as far as the 6 meters distance here. I mean, I look it, but it's like we try to keep them at a minimum. It's like this one's kind of pushing it. So these are some of the problems. These are some of the things that we've realized going back to this point. This is reflection of what not to do. If you can avoid doing these types of things, absolutely do that. You don't want to have too many of these little slivers like this. This is definitely probably less than 6 meters. So you got these two paired up here. This could probably have been married together as far as the mesh together, because there's really no need to have that, for example. But just to kind of show what I was saying, I guess, about when we look at the surface types. Whoops, my bad. I went on the world. So we did split this up here. So what we're able to do is actually put asphalt into this area to give it that grip level, so that you can actually race this. And again, you know, taking into consideration the fact that this is the lead segment going across the start-finish line. You could do laps through the pit road and so on, and actually be able to run a race here. So it's kind of like a dual type of track in a sense. There, you would have to create a separate I&I to accommodate being able to use it in such a fashion, but it's totally possible. As far as like your pace laps and your LPs and so on and so forth. But yeah, it was totally, that was what we kind of took into consideration when we built this one. Whether or not that it gets applied to the one that Torch was doing, that's something we'll leave for him to decide, but that's what we decided to do. So you can make use, I guess, of being able to split that up in such a fashion that way. But yeah, so but that's also something I did know while I'm talking about this. Most of that grass area that Torch has got so far, it's all still grass. And I did notice that when I was doing test laps, when I got the left side tires onto that grassy area, I was still able to maintain grip, and it didn't, you know, that was great racing, to be honest. So it's like whether or not that gets kept that way, that's still yet to be determined. Alright, so we got textures, and I wanted to look at, also we can look at this. This is what I was talking about as well. This was a suggestion as to whether or not you extend that apron near pits, you know, kind of cross section, I guess, this dogleg area, so that if you do cross into an area, you know, as far as the checkpoint and such like that, will it necessarily penalize you, I guess, as far as coming in an unsafe manner. When you split it up like this, it does invite the idea. It's like knowing as a driver, if you know that this exists here like this, you would know to try and keep it as close to the track and not get too close to pit road as possible, so that you won't necessarily get penalized. Because if you were to come, the way this is designed, just to kind of give some clarity, if you were to come through the pits and clipped any of this in here, was this where the check point would be, up and through here. If you came through here, you know, just barely, whether or not you were avoiding an accident or whatever, if you're wrecking yourself, you would get penalized, because this is apron near pits as opposed to apron, because that's an unsafe pit entry. That's the way the sim would deem that. That's something, you know, just take in consideration as far as how you want the track to behave. So that's just to kind of give some more a summary, if anything, is what I was trying to explain with the way what is presented in Torch's 2020 build anyway. Okay. But man, you know, as I look at this one here, there's still some pretty good things that could be reutilized, I guess, as far as from this build. Probably something else I do take in consideration too. The fact that Torch had done these two wings for the O'Reillys as a model. These, I believe, are still as a TSD. So let's go back into that view. And I want to switch this back over to this. I think those are TSD, so that should be the TSD right there. Oops, my bad. Let's close this one. And yep, the TSD left end, so we're going to open that up. So we did these as opposed to objects, and again, it comes down to what we knew then, what we knew how to do then as opposed to now. Now that we know that we can use a model to be able to apply to such areas as opposed to a TSD. There's more flexibility in that. So this one's TSD left end. Let's look for that in here. I don't know why it keeps changing this view. It's making me mad. The TSD left end. Find that. So we open up this one. So this is the texture that we used for that. Now again, the big difference here is the fact that still using the TI, priority was a big deal. So the fact that there's plenty of detail in the texture itself, we didn't need all that priority. And the fact that this is just simply just a TSD, track surface decal, and not a model. It's not a 3DO. Big difference, I guess, as far as that. A lot more flexibility, I feel, with what we know now as opposed to that. So yeah, we're doing a little bit of reflection here, I guess, as far as... This is still a very well done track, I guess, as far as for what we knew back then. And everything, you know, the way this is done here, this is all TSD. This is what I was speaking of as far as, like, a lot of this has been done in the form of F sections and then individualized TSDs for that. And that was kind of what I was leading to, I guess, as far as Torch, the way you've done this front stretch decal. To have it all included in one texture, you could probably separate that up to kind of take away some of the busyness, I guess, in one texture. Having all the advertisement as well as the asphalt texture into one. And you can see, even back then, or whatever, you can see how much more clarity that there is in these items, as opposed to some of the anti-aliasing and what I wanted to look at here too, as I just showed. We did this as a TSD, so you can see, you really, with the TSDs, you have to make sure that the area that you're applying the TSD to is as flat as possible. You don't want to have any bumps in there or like that over here, otherwise you're going to get some disparities, I guess, as far as, you know, it's going to have the appearance of it being lifted off the geometry. That's been a huge problem with using TSDs in comparison to using objects. So we had to play a lot of massaging, I guess, these areas, I guess, to get it to make sure that that decal would lay flat. A lot more work had to be done in comparison. So even if you have the slightest anomaly in your geometry, using that modeled track geometry and being able to chunk that out and make a model out of that geometry, it removes all that busyness, all that busy work, I guess, as far as to get it to, you know, to the decal, I guess, to apply to the geometry, I guess, nicely. So TSDs really only come down to really having the flattest areas possible. Just like Torch has done the pit road, this is all done via F section and TSDs. Torch has taken the approach, I guess, as far as, because it is relatively flat there, to use TSDs all throughout there because it is relatively flat, taking advantage, I guess, of the use of that. Not a terrible thing. So let's go take a look at the one on the other end too. So even back then, even as I we're looking through this one, this build, there were still the O'Reilly parts there. That was just kind of funny. But they've been using the O'Reilly pretty distinctly. But again, it comes down to, you know, if they ever did change it, at any point there, you want to have that flexibility, regardless of the fact that it's pretty prominent. So you can really see just by looking at this how much we had to massage this area to get this to lay flat. We had to really go beyond, I guess, as far as what the track actually looks like to get this to lay right. So instead of being able to run this all the way along the edge of the TSD, we had to kind of tangent this out here, for example, instead of getting this little sliver, I guess, to go on the outside edge of that. So many things that we had to do to get it to, you know, not necessarily look accurate as possible, but to get it, so we don't need to do that anymore. I guess that's the only point I'm trying to make there, because being able to make a 3DO as far as a model piece based on the geometry of the actual track makes it so much better. All right. So we can look at this cracks me up even to this day, I guess, as far as all these, what we call the camper and car cogs. These were the answer, I guess, as far as back then, as far as to have the infield populated, I guess, with vehicles. There's much better ways, I guess, to be able to do this now in comparison to what we were able to do back then. So much better. I do not have in this version here, obviously, as far as the updated camper groups. So there's updated camper groups that we still have available on the Spline Design Studios website. I just haven't gotten them applied, I guess, to back to the new PC and or the repaired PC, I guess, since then. But yeah, it removes all this nonsense of these grass that are, these are so ugly, as far as they had to put filler in here, obviously, to make it look like more detail to it, and this was the answer, I guess, as far as the way you go about that, I guess, back then. So again, it comes down to what we know now as compared to then. We like to be able to improve on, I guess, some of the things we had. Oh, almost got it. I couldn't use TSC because of geometry, right? Yeah. Totally makes sense. So, you know, some of the areas you almost have to use. There's no other way to go around, I guess, as far as to. So yeah, the fact that these stands in the backstretch here are not used for seating anymore, but they do have more of like a RV parking up in here. So this kind of gives you an idea of what the 2020 build will tend to look like, I guess, as far as having the billboards that are already placed, the torches. This is what I wanted to also look at too. I mentioned this earlier part. The way this billboard here was done, as far as the neck of the bottle. So, and I'd have to go back into our notes here, but I remember James had struggled. We both had struggled with the ideas. How the heck are we going to get that little piece in there? Do we just scab on a piece and add transparency to it, or do we? So what it basically, I think we came down to the conclusion of, is to make the actual face of the billboard on this one here taller than what you can see, and add the transparency to it. I'm going to look at this texture to it just to kind of confirm that, as opposed to just scabbing a piece on here with a transparent background to be able to get that done. So it uses one texture. I think that's how we did that, but I'm gonna take a look at this. So as I say that is something that I mentioned earlier part of the stream here. So this billboard here, gotta get into the right view. So object placement, this little doodad, and that is called BB1, BSBB1 in particular. So we need to look for that. BSBB1. Look for that. Backstretch 1. Put it for short. Let me see. BS. That's much. BB1. So that is right here. This one right here. So I'm gonna open up this texture. See how we did that. Close this one out. Yeah, we're doing a lot of, just some reflecting, I guess, if anything, at this point. I'm going to close the stream out, I guess, by, as I always try to do, as far as to show everything that we've gone over today, as far as that's been newly added to it, so we can get a feel for how everything is actually appearing in the track. We're working our way up to it. I appreciate that, yeah, so I'm sure Torch does too. Torch is doing the bulk of the work on this. They still have the stands on the back. Yeah, they still have them there, but I don't think they don't actually utilize them, do they, Torch? Even when we did the build in 15 there, they don't utilize them as seating. So they still have the stands there. They haven't torn them down yet. That's interesting. Very interesting. All right, so we're gonna open up this. Yeah, I want to make it abundantly clear. Torch is the one that's doing the bulk of the work on this thing, right? So I've kind of thrown in, I guess, tidbits of, bits and pieces of things that I've done, like placeholders for the start box that from the 15 build that did Score Tower, Big Hoss. When you look at the bulk of the work, as far as like more than 90% of the work is done by Torch. So I don't want to take all the credit, but I think between the two of us, I'd like to think that it's coming along pretty well. All right, so this is not the one. Interesting. So that's not the one. Where's the Coke one? And let me look at that one again. How did we do that? Let me look at the name of it again. So the name of it was BSBB1 3DO. So let me look at that 3DO. BSBB1, which is this one right here. Let me open it up here just to see. Wait a minute, that's not the one. Say what? Let's see what's going on. BSBB1. Interesting. Okay, hold on. What? Do I got the wrong one? I might have the wrong one. I might have the wrong one selected. It is. It is the wrong one. I'll be damned. Alright, so we go. They have some banners on them. Okay, so there's banners on them. Gotcha. Rock is a teacher. Sometimes. Who's leaving? Fortunately, right? Gotta go. Some guys run some errands. Oh, okay. No problem. Yeah. So appreciate you stopping on by. Enjoy your errands. Whatever you gotta do. Yeah, we will be catching you later for sure. Appreciate you stopping on and see what we got going on. Yeah, so I had the wrong one selected. Big dummy. Yeah, so that is the billboard one on the backstretch. So we need probably BB2. Double check that. Let's double check that. So we need this one right here. So looking at it from the top, obviously you can't tell the difference. Alright, so let's look at this one is BB2. Alright, so let's open up BB2. Just want to remember how we ended up doing that. I should say James did a majority of these billboards back at the 15 build. BSBB2. Yep, that is how he did it. See? So he's got the transparency on it. So to make it one texture as opposed to two separate ones as far as just the scab on a piece. This is what this was. So let's open up BB1 just to kind of show you the difference. So it's relatively the same size, but he cut into the top portion of it to make it transparent so that, you know, you could add that extended, you know, the neck of the bottle. So see, using this same size, right? But in order to get that, so that's the difference. You added that transparency to this particular billboard on the texture, right? Yeah, this is bringing back a lot of memories now. I remember this was like, how the heck are we going to get that on there? And then the initial thought was, does this a scab on, you know, a poly to be able to put the neck on there in a separate texture, right? He's like, no, even better. It's like, we'll just use the same texture, just add some transparency to it. So that one model there has transparency in it, where as opposed to the other billboards do not, for example. So that gives you some. So you can see the flexibility that exists, like, as far as that. If you had this type of thing in here, as far as like what you can do with even with just one model. So even though all your other models are built relatively the same way, you can still use the same size texture, right? And there's no need to add to it to be able to get that same, you know, add that effect to it. In this case, the transparency for that neck of the bottle, and you can see the result of that. Now, with all that being said, again, it comes down to what we know now as compared to then. We've only got this visible on this side. If you look on the back side, see how it's offset? So it didn't get flipped like it should have, as far as to have the bottle on this side, so it actually took advantage of that same texture. That was an oversight on our part. It's just like, you know, knowing then what we know now, it's like we would be able to take the polys on this side, be able to reverse that, and or even just make it a separate texture to be able to get that. We could easily have been able to flip that, lack of a better way to put it. I think what, you know, and I think of it even further, we would have had to create a separate texture so we could have it a mirror effect. And I think that's why we just didn't bother with it. You know, so call it laziness, but yeah. What also could have been done, for example, is to put this the same deal, have it transparent on the one side over here, so that way at least you had the neck on this side. So there's plenty of different ways that this could have been adjusted for sure. I guess is the only point he's trying to make. But it's just really cool, I guess, as far as how we were able to apply that to it. And the billboard itself is still the same height as everything else. It's just that this one protrudes. So by using the same size texture and adding transparency to it, we were able to apply that. I thought that was like, holy crap, that is freaking cool. And even to this day, it's still pretty cool, I think. Granted, I don't think we have any billboards that in need of that type of thing. But if there was, that's one way to go about it. 2 for 4, I'll take it. Hey, well, there you go. It's better than to poke an eye with a sharp stick, right there, Lady Death. Yeah, so one of the other things that I remember, James had made this point here. They have like VIP seating. I don't know if they still have that outside turns 3 and 4. This was something I remember James doing. He put a lot of detail into this thing. A lot of detail into this thing. I mean, this is where we really start to get into being able to, you know, get motor joints. You know, the actual size. You know, as far as life. You know, life size as far as the, you know, the actual size of a block, for example. Granted, it doesn't have all the detail as far as the steps. You know, individual steps. But it's still got the rails in there. You got the removed polys on the backside because you don't really see that. You know, so this, again, this is where we started to realize as far as like the way models can be done, I guess, to take less detail out of it. Now on these here, you can see the way these billboards were done. They're not double-sided, for example. So the fact that Torch has taken the approach, I guess, to do double-sided, but still keep the polys relatively low. That's a huge thing. Light fixtures are another thing that will have to be applied at some point. You can just look at these are very simple models, very low poly. These are actually triangular poles, so they're not cylindrical, but you can get that cylindrical effect. The look of this being as cylindrical as far as now. If you look at the top part of this, you can really see probably, maybe not, because even the fact that the top is the way it's done here. This is not a cylinder though. I make that clear. It is a triangle. So yeah, it's a trick of the eye, I guess, as far as that goes. So we don't have any lights on the back side, but we do on the track side. So that's another, you know, saving grace, I guess, as far as like, and it's just allowing more things to be added. So one thing I do take into account there, I don't know if they took it down or if it never did exist there, but the fact that there's 2 scoring pylons on both ends of pit road. I don't know if that's something I would have to verify that. I think we might have already gone over that once before. But it could definitely probably just be a duplication of the one that's already on this end. Possibly with a separate texture. But that's some things that, yeah, so on top of the caution lights that we applied to that. Whether or not that'll be able to get applied in the same fashion on the... but these are the lights that they used back then. I don't know if these are still the same style of lights that they use for track condition lights. And these only occur during cautions. So they don't seem, at least going back to this time, they didn't use anything to signify, I guess, as far as a green flag condition. Don't know if they still do it that way or not. I'll have to probably have to investigate that to make sure, but. Yeah, so we didn't apply a lot of the grassy texture, I guess, back then, as we do now. This one's got a little bit of it, but not quite as. This is like new age, and this was like new age stuff, I guess, as far as back when we did these. That's for sure. We did it 100%. Know what parameters, I guess, you know, how to actually go about applying that type of aspect to it. Now we're to the level of Torch. I mean, that's what we need to go to. Yeah, Torch is the new standard, I guess, as far as how texture should be applied, I guess, as far as being on grass and what have you. It's really interesting to go back and actually see what type of what things existed. So this is going all the way back in 15. We had Sprint Cup. That was the prominent series sponsor, I guess, in NASCAR. I guess back when? Not anymore. Now they're just they don't even have a title sponsor anymore, which is kind of crazy when I think about it, because the fact that the Truck Series and their Xfinity Series both have a title sponsor, whereas the Premier Series in NASCAR does not have a sponsor at all. Not at all. Something I did want to try and do, and I mentioned that earlier, I kind of got sidetracked. I wanted to see if I can invoke caution lights on here. Let me see if I can do that here real quick. just to kind of give you, now it's not going to give you the full pattern of the lights, right? But at least they'll somewhat turn on. Let's see what we can do here. So if we go into, we need to go second here, this one here, and I need to go into geometry view, and we want to adjust state variable. Now if we put in caution light, caution underscore light, that's going to give it that state variable. Correct it, and we can put it a value of, I'm trying to remember what all the values are. 2 should be caution. So you got 0, which is no lights, 1 is a green flag, and 2 is just caution light as far as the values go. There's some valuable information, because as far as if you want to test out any custom track condition lights that you have in your track with that caution light state variable, you would type in same thing that is in the script, right? Caution underscore light, that is the state switch for those types of objects, and 0, like I said, is no lights. We don't have, yeah, there are lights in this one here, so if I do an OK, there should not be any lights turned on, but that's in there. So as I pan through these different states here, if we do a 1, should still be nothing. Nothing should show on these lights here, for example, until I put a 2 in there. This is just how you would test that. Oops, wrong thing. Bad. So if we go to adjust state variable, still caution light, so we'll put it on a 1. Should still be no light on. Again, we don't have green. Oh, who failed? Oh, you just missed it with the kappa. Yucks. And then scold, you got nothing. You almost got it. Lady, yeah, Lady, that's you almost got another one there. Saw that with the kappa. Nice. I don't know if that bottle will give in to it or not. We'll have to see. Yeah, so with the state of 1, because now if there was a green light status on this light, then we would see a green light, right? But we do not. This is not the way this light is designed. So if I put a 2 on this, we should see it lit up. Okay, so we'll go to the next state and put a 2 on it. I should make a liar out of me. 2. Now we should see a light. Boom. See this? So if you want to test your custom track condition light, this is how you want to do it. Now you can get a little bit funky with this and apply the hex factor to it, and what it'll semi try to do is animate it, which it's not a perfect science, but initially when you put that state variable in, it'll just show the first state of that, which is the top light in this case. This one doesn't light up at all, it's just there. So it just goes back and forth between the top and bottom on this particular model. But if I apply, so we got one of these for the fence line here. If I apply, and it's a little wonky to do this, so if I do a hex bit vector here, if I turn this on, sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. So as you move, yeah, so it's probably not going to do it. Sometimes what'll happen is it'll tend to flicker between the two when you apply the hex vector. In this case, I don't think it's going to do it. Let's do. Where did I go? Hey, where'd it go? State variable. There we go. All right, so we got it on a 2. Let me see if I put this value up a little higher. So what you can eventually, so just to understand that the caution light, the way you script it should use 74 frames, right? So you can set it at any value between 0 and 74, right? And it should, you might find the magic number, I guess, as far as that'll flicker between the off state and cycle through, I guess, all the different states of the light as far as when it blinks, the way it blinks. So we're gonna try putting, say, I don't know, value of 50 and see what that does. May or may not work. Nope. See, it's at least staying on that first state so far. Anything higher than a 2 is basically gonna have it on. I guess as far as a fair mention there. So that's an even number. I'm going to put an odd number, so I'll put a 51. And that should possibly put it on. I think all the odd numbers will put it on the bottom, so as far as the animation to it. I'm just going back by memory here as far as how these things work. We'll put it on an odd number. Oh, still doesn't want to work. So sometimes you have to play around with it, but once you find that magic number that it'll animate, it'll tend to try and simulate, I guess, as far as how that will function. In a lot of cases, you just have to go into the sim and actually invoke a caution and such or whatever to be able to see how it actually functions in the game. But that's at least a way to show you that it'll actually invoke the caution light state function if you've got that applied properly to the model, is just by doing it in Sandbox, by applying that state switch value, just as I showed there. So at maximum, if anything, to show the actual light, caution light, which is a 2, anything else, now if it has a green light, like I said, you put it on a 1, and if you don't want any lights at all, then you put it at 0. And you want to make sure this is unchecked. The only reason you would use this this hex bit vector is if you want to try to get it to animate. That's kind of the cheesy way, I guess, of being able to get it to animate is all. So that should turn it back off. There we go. That is your way to be able to test the caution light. All right, so I try to encourage people, I guess, to use the clip feature, and I'm gonna go ahead and do that anyway, just because I think that's a pretty good place to do that. There we go. It's just that simple. So if you found something that was useful, that might be of some use, I guess, down the road there, feel free to use that feature. It's not on a cooldown or anything like that, so if you're finding something that's useful, all it does is to put a timestamp on that part of the stream there, so that I know, I guess, as far as post-fact in the VOD or whatever, as far as what might be something of interest to create a clip out of, a little short out of, as opposed to trying to find it again over again in the VOD. So you might have a general idea, as far as the timestamp. I try to put the timestamp in the stream too, to kind of get everybody aware as far as where it might occur. But and then it becomes a guessing game as far as like, was it here? Was it there? So if I'm able to clip it, then you have that quick reference, I guess, for that stuff, especially if it's useful. So just a fair little mention or note there anyway. So yeah, this is the 15 build, just to kind of go over some of the differences of what we have now in comparison to that. Now the Lone Star Hotel is definitely, to include even the grandstand, there's biggest change. The way the Lone Star Hotel is done in the 20 build is far from. So we're still using in this version here the original one, the one that came originally with the track, that was released with the original Texas track. You can see the LODs in it as far as the levels of detail. Don't really need to use that anymore these days. So the fact that it actually removes detail from the deal. If you're building the item, I guess, as far as the way I have been suggesting, as far as like all this time, every time, and I'll keep saying, as far as like, if you build it in a fashion that it's optimized to where, do I need these back polys, do I not, and doing it in that fashion to everything that you're building, you don't need to do it. You shouldn't even need to apply LODs. Should not even do it. So that's still something. So the fact that the Lone Star building that's in the 2020 build at this point doesn't have that, so you don't have that flex into it. And it's so unnecessary anymore. So this is something else I reflect on, I guess, as far as going back from this build to the latest one. All right. I feel like there was something I was missing. I went back into caution lights. So I went, that's cool. Went over that billboard. Still relatively the same video screen that we used in this one here. We did have to adjust the height of it based on that new LiDAR information. We got the Texas flags that are animated, as I showed on the victory lane. Same thing up here. And like I said, you can definitely tell the difference between how the default US flag is animated in comparison to the newly ones. Now, if we did necessarily, the big difference is, and I kind of glazed over that, I guess, a little bit earlier. The main difference between how this one's done, this animated flag for the Texas flag is done, and this one's done, this one only uses one texture. One texture to, you know, as far as, you'll call it one frame, if you will. So just to kind of show how this works here. So if I highlight, probably not gonna let me do it. Let me go through this way. We'll go through the object view. Always the best option, go through this way when you can't select it in the sandbox view. Let's go. I remember what that's named. I think we did it as, going by memory. I could be wrong. What did we name it? I forget now. Okay, maybe it's not what I thought it was named. Here's the VIP stands I was talking about in turns 3 and 4. Video screen LG. Oh, I don't remember what we called that. Okay, let me look through here to see if it something. It's been since 2015, so you have to give me a little bit of slack, because as far as I don't remember what we named all these things. It is an object, that's for sure. And I want to say, I thought we named it something. Flag SD1. I think this is it right here. SD1 and SD2. Let me open that up here real quick. We can kind of get a sense of what this looks like this way. I guess we do got an American flag. I guess that is animated here. I guess we did do that one. Okay. That one that's by the victory lane obviously was not. But this one should be the Texas flag. Yes. And all that uses, as you can probably imagine here, all that is vertex manipulation to get the animation. So it starts from one point and it tends to go, and that vertex change, you know, as far as the manipulation, as far as like it being drooped as opposed to flailing, changes to depend on how fast, and that's going to be based on real weather, for example. So if you've got it on 70 clear, they're just going to lie limp, if you will. But yeah, let's go back in. So they're only using, each of those models are only using one texture, which in this case is just this. Oops, I already got Win 2 open here. I showed that comparison. I thought that was that's still to this day, that's really pretty cool. The billboard. So we're still in there, so we need SD1. No, let's go do SD2, which is the Texas flag. That should buy. Where are we at here? Alphabetic. Right, staring me right in the darn face. Come on now, where are you at? Find the right folder? Yes, I am. Yes. Where the heck are you? You probably all see it. It's like Find Waldo. You kidding me? Where the heck are you? This is what it is, right? SD. Oh, flag SD1. That's why. I was looking for S's. Got it. So we're going to do flag, so it's going to be up here. SD2, there we go. So that's all it is. So this texture just gets manipulated by vertex, as opposed to the default flags that come within the shared folder. Say, for example, they use, I don't know how many different frames. They use like 30 different frames, so 30 different textures to show different orientation of the flag. So that's the difference between vertex manipulation, as far as getting that animation to do it that way, or just by texture. So just like the animated frames that we have on the video screen, which changes frame to frame, that's the way it used to be done with the flags. The way Papyrus did it, I guess, with their flags. We've done it through vertex manipulation. So we can change, we can have several different pass files that have the flag orientation in different orientations, and put those all together and have them work, and yeah, so have a different look to the model on each frame, for example. In this case, it would have probably, so if you use the same format, I'll go into the nodes, it'll have 30 different positions, for example, to accommodate all the different speeds. They don't use those animated caution lights we're looking at. On the fence, you mean? As far as the ones on the fence posts? They don't use those anymore? Interesting. Wonder why they got rid of those. Too much of a distraction, maybe? Yeah, it makes me tend to wonder. It's pretty sad. You know, what type of light do they use on the track now? Do they use that type that I was showing? Or is it more modern? That might be something that would have to be considered for creation. So the ones that we have in here, obviously, are these. This was back in the 50s. Do they use something similar to that? Oh, maintenance? Yeah. Crazy. They do use a bit more modern. So are they like the Wayland style lights? I have no idea. So we'd have to use so there are a couple of different Wayland models that we've done for some of the other builds that we did. That might be an option. So if they don't use this style like I've got on the screen, if they use a more modern one as far as like the Wayland lights, then we have a couple different options as far as different glow patterns and things like that. Similar to the ones at Dover. Well, now you're gonna make me look at Dover. I don't know what Dover had. So Dover is more like a traffic light, if I remember right. You know, with the shields on it. That's not really modern. That's more like I was thinking like the Wayland lights. Interesting. So they use more like a. So they're not like this at all. Are they like this with like a shield? You have to let me know how that one looks there. More modern, you know, so modern to me would be like the Wayland light, so like the LED flashing type of thing. That would be more. That would be what I consider more modern. That's kind of old school, I guess, as far as if they're using something similar to what Dover's got. That's interesting. I don't know if I still got. I don't think I do. In fact, I know I don't. I don't have Dover still opened up. But from what I can remember from what Dover had, it's got more of a vertical traffic light type of look with the sun guards on it, I guess, for the lights so that they don't get glared out or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. That's kind of old school, actually. That's what I would consider to be old school, at least, anyway. Okay. I think we about ready, because we're going over quite a bit of stuff to show the comparisons between what we did previously and what has been done now, and some of the changes that can still be applied to the new items. A lot of new items applied to the track there. We want to be able to see these in their element, I guess, as far as in the sim. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and close some of this stuff out. I'm going to take a short little recess. And just kind of refresh my libation and get the wheel set up and all that stuff, and we're gonna go do some laps on the new track. So hopefully I will stick around, I guess, for that, and we'll be back in just a few. Don't go nowhere. Play some. Go ahead and entertain yourself, I guess, with the mini chat games to supplement those units of fluids and keep those fluids up there. We'll be right back, folks. Alrighty then, folks, we're back. Something I was thinking of on that short little recess there. I wanted to divulge into a little bit as far as what I was mentioning, as far as the adjustments I was making to the AI last stream and getting all that erratic behavior as far as the initial starts, as far as all the bunching and whatever. I was going way too high on that, so I wanted to kind of cover some of that a little bit, because as far as what I did wrong and where those items are now, to get it where it's at. And like I said, once we get into the sim there and we test it out there, what I'm still experiencing is just as far as there does seem to be a bit of bit of a caution that wants to start, I guess, as far as when caution wants to come out of in the first couple of laps. That's what I was trying to say. What do we got, Torch? I just checked, and it looks like they use lights like the one you have in the 2015 build. Okay. So they're still using relatively the same type then. Okay. So they haven't changed, they haven't modernized those. Interesting. Okay. Well, you have that at your disposal, I guess, as far as well as much as anything else, I guess, as far as for that. If you so choose. I don't know, I think those lights that we got there, those were like a staple thing, I guess, as far as they turned out pretty nice. But anyway, like, I got my Gatorade replenished here as well. For staying hydrated there, because I sweated a good 5 pounds off today. Won't lie. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to new. We went through a lot of stuff there. I didn't want to save any of the changes there. It was just because I went into a lot of different aspects there. It's asking me to save. I don't want to do that. Alright, so in this, I should have the INI in here. So what I did take notice as I was trying to say is I did notice I was making way too extreme of changes to, in particular in the AI track, which is primarily would be the cup physic, generally. Right, so what I did realize, and I'm trying to remember which lines, so I did mostly on the AI bunching and drafting distance. So what I did notice, it was originally at a 1.7. I put these out here in it as a notation, just to kind of remind myself where it was originally. Right? So what I've done, what I did have these at, I had them way too low. I had them at a 1.03 instead of a 1.3. So this has to get some clarity. That's why we're having so much of the problem that we did, and that's a huge adjustment when you think about it. 1.03 in comparison to 1.3. No, we're talking, that's a huge, you don't want to go that high. And that, so you saw what the result was, I guess, as far as the problems that we ran into when we applied that, and that was a fault of my own. I wasn't paying attention, I guess, as far as how many decimal points, how big of a change I was making there. So this is why I put this out here, what it was originally. I went all the way back to the original INI to see what those were at, and I noticed, that's when I came to the conclusion, holy shit, I was making it way too extreme of a change, and that's why we were getting that. So at this point, the way the AI is designed, it started off at a 1.7 on the bunching distance as far as for initial start. So they're a little bit closer, not too much, right? But this is where I kind of find where it's it's kind of a and it could be tweaked probably a little bit more, but it's favorable so far. It's not consistent where it'll come out of caution like with after the first couple of laps, but sometimes it's 10 laps in or whatever. But they do race a lot closer together, and this is what we're trying to accomplish, is to get them to race side by side. So between these two values, as far as AI bunching and drafting distance, we've lowered those, get them to race a little bit closer together. Also, the line modifier, we increased that. I didn't put the original value on here, but this was basically at 1. So we've only gone up 0.02 from a 1, if you remember, because as far as that's probably the only reason why I didn't put that on there, because I just recall it was at 1 originally. So Very, very minor changes, minor tweaks, you know, as far as up or down, I guess, from that, you know, that you want to make. The fact that I had the bunching way lower, I guess, as far as where it originally was, that's why we were getting all that erratic behavior on that initial start. So just to make some clarifications as far as what I came to conclusion of as far as the last time we streamed this, that's why. If anything to take away from that, it should keep it in mind, and whatever, you don't want to make huge changes to these values. Huge changes are going to make a big difference as far as that goes. So these were the main areas that we focused on as far as the AI bunching and AI drafting distance, as well as drag modifier and line modifier. Those are only 4 values that we played around with, I guess, as far as... so I've only bumped the drag modifier up by 1.01 from 1, and then the 1.02 on that. So what I also mentioned is what you want to take into consideration is to not have your values staggered. You don't want to put values at the same as another. This is going to create some how do you want to put it, as far as like some separation or some variance, even, I guess, between all the different things as far as how the AI will behave. When you put them at the same value, much the same as when you put your ratings, your car ratings, all the same, they're all going to behave. They're not going to be much deviation, I guess, from that, you know, what they're going to do, right? So by having deviations, I guess, same thing with the car ratings, same thing goes for these AI adjustments here in the I&I. You want them to have some separation, so you want to have one higher or lower than the other, depending on, and balance it out that way. Whenever you do it, you don't want to put values like, say, for example, the drafting distance and the bunching distance the same, and or the drag modifier and the line modifier the exact same. You want to have them offset, even if it is just a little bit, and then test it out to see what kind of response you get, and if it's favorable, then found your happy number. So a lot of testing at this point, though. So what I am going to do next here, I'm going to go ahead and mute the mic. I need to get the deal set up here, get the wheel over here and all that jazz, and get into some racing here. We'll finish up the stream here. I guess maybe we'll be able to do some laps on there. We'll do a short race on that, and see how everything goes. So give me just a second, and I'll be back once again. So don't go away. Alright, this is definitely something I'm looking forward to being able to have a different layout. I guess I don't have to do this every time I want to get into a game. When we're doing, especially when we're doing all the modeling and editing and so on. So, Just have to shuffle some things around. It's kind of like, I don't know, we call it leapfrog, I guess for lack of a better way to put it, because it's first to move this over there, get that out of the way, get that, so I can get the wheel. I want to be able to get to enjoy this as it is here, so we need to get this off of here. We don't need this anymore. Get some things up here. Alright, so let's get the game actually loaded up here. Alright, give me just a second. Appreciate the patience. Alright, let's bring this over to... Oh, almost. I saw that. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. Okay, so we got that. Along with this. That should be good. Alright, I also need to turn this one on. Yeah. Okay. This over here. Awesome. Alright, here we go. We're in the... Oh, actually it's showing up. Why is that still showing? Why is that showing? There we go. Yeah, well, I don't even remember pushing that key, but apparently that's sandbox. I tried to use that as a picture-in-picture type of thing for doing when I'm working in the track, I guess with sandbox, you know, to kind of show that, zoom in that information that's kind of usually hard to see. Never have been able to figure out, like, as far as better option for that, to be honest, but we're doing the best we can. Alright, so we're going to go into single race, and I know we've been using, for the most part, the Gen 6, or not the Gen 6, but the Monster Energy 2019 mod by Splash and Go. This is another mod by Splash and Go, which is just as detailed. I just figured I wanted to do more. This is their new age. If it's kind of like a what if situation. If Papyrus would have done the mod more robust, I guess, than when it was back in 2003, this is the way they would have done it. It's a great mod. A lot more detailed than the original mod, but it plays homage to the original mod, the original Cup series that came with the game simulation. Like I said, just as detailed as the Monster Energy mod that we have primarily been testing on here, and I've ran a couple of test things on here, and it's pretty smooth. Okay. So with all these new things that we've added at this point, even those last minute deals that Torch had sent me, we're gonna see how this track responds, I guess. Let's go ahead and hold up single race. Let's do a 17 lap race. X, good frequency. 41 cars. So Torch had made it abundantly clear, I guess, as far as they only have 41 vehicles, 41 cars, trucks, whatever event that they at any given time, I guess, at the track. Traditionally, NASCAR always used to have 43. And I know other tracks like Dover definitely do. They have downscale, I guess, as far as how many cars that they have compete. So I think it just varies from track to track, I guess, at this point. But this has been confirmed by Torch. Has done the research, I guess, to find out that they only run 41 cars and not 43. So we were only able to get 41 cars in total, to include ourselves. So, alright. Okay. Making sure, so we want to do 2003. Cautions, all that good stuff. We're going to keep it on 70 clear. This is like, now if you were to use realistic weather, this would take into account, I guess, as far as like I mentioned with the animated flags, it would make uses to be able to have all that animated and fly with the wind and all that stuff. The fact that it's at 2 miles an hour, you wouldn't have much flailing of the flags anyway. This makes it more. This has been considered going all the way back when, I guess, as far as when 2003 came out. These are the optimal conditions. 70 clear, hardly no wind coming from the north. So that's where we're going to leave it at. Put it that way. So let's go ahead and continue. And something, like I was saying, what I wanted to take note of, if you remember from last time, as far as the texture that was being used for this O'Reilly here, how it tend to get stepped on as far as the quality of it, we don't see that anymore. So regardless if it's just the way the model itself has been redone, and or the texture that has been reapplied, I guess, to the new model, that's been fixed. You know, with the exception, I guess, to the tweaks that I mentioned earlier, I guess, as far as to get it to, you know, look like it belongs in that area, as far as the asphalt grunge and stuff like that. That's about the only thing. For the most part, it still looks pretty good. Now, if you look at this, is pit exit. Go to entrance here. We can see just fringe of the restart zone right there. You can see all the logos in the front stretch that we went over today. Screen. Go back to YouTube. You can see some of those on this side. Now, let's see if we can highlight maybe somebody that's still in the pits. Let's see here. Anybody still in the pits? Yep. Oh, they're all coming out. Ah, come on. Alright, let's go to spectator. Oh yeah, we can kind of pan through some of these. See if we can catch some of the logos that are in the grass. There's one of them right there. Got that group set there, so I'm trying to get the ones that are still parked. There's one on the track. Oh, pan it through. There we go. We're getting to the other end of the track. Slowly but surely. There's someone coming into the pits. See some of all the logos that are applied to the grass that we've gone over during the stream. Let me blow that up there. Here, let's turn the nag one off. Yo, so he, I guess he was done. Okay. Done practice. See, we get some side-by-side action here with, this is what I wanted to show. So we do get some side-by-side action with the way this AI is set up, the I&I adjustments have been made. A lot more tighter racing. Maybe not 100% perfected yet, but it's getting there. But we saw that little bit of side-by-side racing there. In fact, let me go ahead and back this up a little bit. This is live. Let me back this up there just to kind of show that. Alright. There we go. This is just rewind a little bit. So he was kind of, looked like he was slowing down, I guess, maybe coming into pits. There we see the number 4 closing in up on him. On the 17. He passes him on the outside. This is what I was trying to accomplish, I guess, with the adjustments I was trying to make in the last stream. Some more side-by-side racing, see some passing going on. You know, have them utilize, I guess, the ratings that they have, you know, as far as if the ratings on one car is more efficient and then another, so you can see them pass here again. Gonna try to, at least, anyway. See, at least they're breaking away from that that initial race LP. Race LP is relatively in the middle of the track, so you can see them racing a lot closer together, getting right to his bumper. This is kind of what you want to look for, I guess, as far as when you're making those adjustments to the I&I. Get them to race a lot tighter, and even potentially pass. Again, just making use, I guess, of the way you rate the cars. He's closing back up on the 4. Look at all this. This is still in rewind. It's not live, but see, a lot more passing this time around. This is just focusing on the 17. Where we can go all the way through the field. We can see much the same thing. Lots more passing, side-by-side racing. And in some cases, the better cars, as far as that are rated and have a better rating, or like that, they're going to be spread out more from the rest of the field. Some of them that are, you know, less rating, they'll be towards the back. They're pretty stretched out here. Let's see if we can find another pack of cars here. A lot of vintage paint schemes, I guess, in this thing here. And again, it pays homage to the original 2003 Cup Series that was evident. Yeah, so they're getting pretty spread out, and they do tend to get pretty spread out.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Well, we're actually racing, so there's no pace car out yet. So we can't really do that, but it is an appropriate sound effect there. Yeah, So in any case, there we do see a little bit more passing. Some of the cars, at least, anyway. Going the wrong way. Yep. Go back through the field here. I'm gonna try and do a qualifying lap just to see what I can get here. Yeah, so they do get spread out there, and they do tend to stay. Once they get in their own little comfort zone, they tend to stay in there. But you know, they do tend to, like the 99s, trying to close it up on the 1 here. Oh, yeah, someone's wrecking back there. I saw some smoke. We got cars coming into the pits. Right here. Oh, goodness. Let's rewind that and see what happened. What happened there? What happened? Oh, my goodness. A bunch of them wrecked there. Oh, my. Let's put this on this view. Ooh, yeah, so they really got it. See, this is what you also want to look at. They might be racing a little too close together. Maybe a little bit too close together. Wind it. Alright, so he was just coming out of the pits, looks like. See what happened here. I still think that LP for the pit LPs may need to come out just a little bit. They're a little too close to that wall. Oh, man, he came right out in front of 17. Oh, damn, right out of the pits. Damn, Gordon, what you doing, man? That was just the way they transitioned off of there. Kenseth, you just said, F you, Kenseth. Talk about rivalry. Holy smoke. So that wasn't even racing passing. Okay. That was just the way you merged on there. That might be something that have to be looked at as far as like where the merge point is. Might have to consider as to where that resides. Oh, you're refreshing it. Oh, darn ads. Gosh, snoring ads. Probably pre-rolls. I do have. Which in their pre-rolls. Yeah, so he's coming into the pits here. Let's put it on this field. 46 coming in the pit. And Gordon wrecked the heck out of his car. Demolished it. We got some coming in and they see come back out. Nope. He says I'm done. I'm done. Got the 40 coming back out. We got some pretty good racing, so yeah, that would be might potentially be a problem with the merge point. You know, when the cars come out of the pits when they actually merge into. Might have to do it either sooner or later. Probably sooner. It looks like he came right up into the track into the turn. That's probably not a good place. So might have to adjust that point, I guess, as far as where the merge point is. Merge for pit line. Well, look at the racing here. We got 48 against the 41. This is what we want to see. Hell yeah, look some side by side there. Get him! Jason Mears when he was a rookie. Yeah, so we definitely do have some passing. Got a nice pack over in here. Got Rusty, I think that's Kurt Busch. That Rusty Wallace. It is Rusty Wallace still. Rusty Wallace and Johnson. Racing against each other. We got to see how much closer they race each other. Oh, we got a slow car. Oh my goodness, that's cool. See how they evaded the. So that was another example, I guess, as far as car coming down to the pits. Slow car. I think a lot might come down to the way the car is rated, as far as how alert they are. So the 17 car might not be quite as alert, possibly. And that might be why you got torqued, I guess, by the 24. Very possible, but it's something to keep in consideration. So the fact that we saw the two Dodge, I guess the 49, which was a slower car, and he's still racing against the 48 here. He's still trying to catch him. This is for the top positions too. So Jimmy must be the leader of this practice session. Got Rusty trying to chase him down. Bird cool. I'm digging it. Yeah, I think they moved sooner. Like halfway down the back. In reality, yeah. It might not be a bad idea, I guess, to have it do that anyway. But also, like I was saying, I think the pit LPs, as far as the max pit, particularly on the back stretch, might be a little too close to that wall. far as the inside wall. Yeah, as you can see, here, back this up. This car right here, see how close he is to the wall? Probably don't need it. Yeah, look at how close he is to the wall. Yeah, so that would be the max pit. Yeah, see, they're merging almost like right at the entrance of turn 3. Probably want to get them to merge, I guess, more in the middle of the backstretch like you were, George. So that would be an adjustment to the I-9. That would be the pit line merge. I forget exactly what the line is, but it's pretty Who's Mitchell Collins? How we doing there? You're coming in playing some sound alerts. Welcome on in the stream. Whoa. I went down the wrong pipe, sorry. How we doing there? Yeah, we're just doing some AI testing, I guess, with the Texas Motor Speedway build for Intertrue. Oh, that session's over. Yeah, we were just monitoring, I guess, as far as how the AI is behaving. We made some adjustments to the i9, I guess, to see how they react. And for the most part, they're not perfect, but they're pretty decent. So we're going to qualify here. We're going to do a qualifying run. Get out of that. Do a qualifying run. Alright. I need to turn this off so I can get some... yeah, let's go ahead and get all the sounds that just in the sim itself. Alright, so we got the i9 still open here. Yeah, we'll be taking a look at that after our little race session here, just to kind of summarize, I guess, what we've done. The i9 is where it started from and where we're at now. Let's do our qualifying run. Really need to change the gear on the 1 and 2. They're a little bit too tall. They tend to kill me, I guess, on the restarts, or the starts and restarts. I got a feeling they're gonna kick my butt as far as on this and there. I think I'm probably gonna end up somewhere in the middle, towards the back. We'll find out. We've done the setup a little bit, I guess, to get it to not push so bad in the corners. It still pushes a little bit, but not nearly as bad. Really got to whoa it up in this corner here because there's not as much banking as it is on turns 3 and 4. Very definite. You go so much faster on this end of the track. Scrape bottom. Oh, pushing a little bit. Oh, God.
Keep digging now. Go get him. 29.9.
Oh, that's a good lap, actually. Oh, my better. Oh, God, we're pushing. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, you can do it. I didn't warm the tires up either, so. Driving the wheels off it. I got the spring so low. It's scraping bottom. It's not slowing the car down any, though. And there we go.
Check the flag.
Holy mocro, I got the freaking pole. Are you kidding me? That's nuts. Mitch Collins, you know, he's playing some of those sound bit alerts. Think he's playing those. He got the yeehaw, man, I did not expect to get the pole. I ain't not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, so I got the pole.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
You might mess with the sound effects. Hey, no problem. That's what they're there for. That is what they're there for. They're there for the viewers' entertainment as well as, in some cases, my expense. Feel free to use those. That's what they're there for. Some of them there, keep in mind though, they are on a cooldown, and that's for a good cause, obviously, because we don't want to be able to spam those, I guess, as far as one. They get kind of annoying, just put it that way. They are fun to do, but can get pretty annoying. Ooh, man, I just I'm freaking crazy. I know that's a really good lap, but I did not expect to get the pole. Got Jimmy Johnson on the outside. Got Jamie McMurray as a rookie behind me. Oh my gosh. Star-studded feel here, that's for sure. Playing homage to the original 2003 Cup Series in NASCAR Racing 2003 season. Utilizing the mod created by Splash and Build Graphics. I'm going to give a little shout out, I guess, to them, I guess, as far as the creation. It's not a lot more detail in this deal, I guess, as far as damage, everything from damage to just the overall looks of the body, interior, I mean, just throughout. Fantastic mod. If you don't have it, be sure to kind of Google it. They are archived in plenty of places, to include the in our 2003 Weebly site. So yeah, definitely available. Definitely very much available to get. Love running these mods, and it's a good. They're good mods, I guess, to be able to test as far as the integrity of your overall track build. Because if it doesn't play nice, I guess, with these mods, chances are there's things that you might have to do. Maybe not only to your own graphics, but also to the track itself, I guess, to get it to play nice. Whoa. I'm just collecting myself, I guess, as far as FPS pulls. This was not happening, I guess, during testing. I haven't adjusted anything further. They're still on a 95% opponent strength, which is still pretty strong. Not 100%, obviously, but even at 95%, yeah, I did not expect to get that, that's for sure. I thought you were hauling the mail? Yeah. I mean, I did make some changes to the setup, like I was mentioning, is as far as since prior to the start of stream, so it doesn't push quite as much. It definitely doesn't push nearly as much as when you get the tires warmed up. And what I do need to do, as I mentioned there, I'm probably going to make an adjustment to the gearing as far as the first and or second gear, maybe both, because they are a little bit too tall. They do tend to, the AI do tend to really get a jump on me, I guess, as far as because it's too tall of a gear. I'm gonna go into the garage. Let's see here. Screen. A bit taller. Both these. Don't want to do is. Shouldn't change too much as far as the final gear. One tick on both first and second gear. And if it doesn't work out, I can always tick those back. One or both back down. Yep. Okay. Should I do some practice? That's the question here. Let's go ahead and do some practice. Let's do a little bit of practice. Not necessarily loosened it. I just, to take the push out of it, I put a little bit more wedge into it, as far as to, and then also change the camber and caster on the front wheels. So as far as to give it a little bit less lean on the right, yeah, as far as the left net. So as far as just this track is so unique is because there's so much less banking, as I continued to mention, as far as on the one end of the track as opposed to the other. So in order to balance that out, to still have a huge more of an advantage on the turns 3 and 4 end, it has more banking, and not create so much tire wear as far as going through turns 3 and 4, which has less banking. I kind of split the difference, I guess, between the camber and caster that I had on the front end in particular, and it definitely helps that pushing. But as far as the springs and all that stuff, I added a little bit of wedge, like I said, as far as to take some of the looseness out. It wasn't really loose, it was just that pushing. You know, especially after the tires, that right front in particular gets really hot. So it was definitely getting up there, I guess, as far as on the tire heat. It's not a good thing. You don't want that. You're going to have a lot of strain on that right front, no matter what, because of all the turning forces going through the turns and such. So be it through the dog leg and just the turns in general. But this track is such a different animal when it comes to the level of banking on both ends. It's hard to really come up with a setup that works nice on both ends. Which I'm sure that's probably why they did it. They configured it this way to add that challenge to it. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I think they did a pretty good job in that to make it more of a challenge. Make a setup that's optimal in both ends, all throughout the track. See what he tells me to clear. He doesn't even tell me when it's clear, so we have to adjust that too.
One outside at your door.
Here we
Clear
go.
high.
Fourth gear, here we go. Get the tires warmed up just a little bit. Pull way up in this corner. Stay in this PJ1, this substance that they got in turn 1 to get a little bit more grip. We're going to pass Sterling Marlin here.
Still
See
there.
Sterling.
Clear.
Still scraping the bottom a little bit. I got the springs really soft. So as far as the rebound on it, it's not quite as much as it may need to be. And again, I'm just trying to offset, I guess, as far as the less banking on this side. The driving force that you have in here, as far as even going as fast as I am, you want to have some rebound, but not that much.
Side. At your door.
So you
Hit
need
the
more
pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
pace car in and out here. But it's still very appropriate.
0.398.
Hold it up here. What we got here? This is Kenny Wallace. Yeah, I remember when you drive the Stack 2 23.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Oh, we're getting there. Oh, we getting there, and we eventually getting there. We're gonna be rumbling here in just a second. We're gonna finish off this. I'm actually top of the list here. I'm running first position here. That's crazy.
31.2.
Come on, Kenny, get out of my way.
9.
Move it. Move it or lose it. Thank you.
Clear.
Who we got here? We got Kyle Petty. All right, Kyle.
One outside at your
Give me.
door.
Use
Still
no
there?
through.
Clear high.
Yeah, you can go so much faster on this end of the track. It's crazy, the differences.
30.4.
As we can tell, the track is running pretty darn. Oh God, what's going on here? Oh my goodness, I couldn't put the brakes on hard enough. They were definitely battling with each other, and I totally, that was my fault. I saw it, and it says I just couldn't get on the brakes quick enough. Ouch, that hurt. Go ahead and go to the pit. Call the tow. Ouch. Holy mackerel! Yeah, I saw them getting together like that, but it's just like I just didn't have enough time to react. My goodness. Torch guy get off? Is that what he was mentioning? Did I miss it? Or was that lady getting off? Lady leaving? Yeah, time to get up there. John Vaughn coming in with the rooster. Thank you for playing the rooster. Was that John Vaughn? That was John Vaughn. How we doing there, John Vaughn? Got everybody showing up now. Cool. We're getting into the thick of the. We're getting into the race here. We got. We got someone trying to school the bot. Bot says I don't think so. Lady Death had to leave. Did I miss that? Sorry if I missed you there, Lady Death. Yeah, it's probably dinner time for her. Yep. Probably had to get out for dinner. Appreciate that. So yeah, we I'm just gonna let this practice session just kind of run out there. I feel like I got a pretty good car here. We're only gonna be running about 17 laps, so it's a very short race. Won't need to pit, anything like that. But at least we'll be able to get a sense of how the AI are responding. Like I was saying, you can probably tend to expect that there will probably be a caution. There will more than likely probably be a caution within the first couple of laps, and that's still might need require to get some adjustment to I&I behavior, you know, AI and the I&I. So, but as we can see so far, I mean, they're running pretty smooth. You might do the fart again. Well, there you go.
What was the car like right there?
Okay, so the session's over. I'm gonna let this run out, and we're gonna get into the race. So I'm gonna be on the pole now, keeping in mind too that there hasn't been any adjustments made to the starting grids. They're still decent. They're still workable, but they haven't been tweaked, I guess, to make sure that they, you know, are in their final position, if you want to say that. But as we even tested a previous stream, it seems to work okay. Did you get anything from the bot? John Vaughn did. Nice. Way to go there, John Vaughn. Welcome on in. Yeah, you're all getting ready for a pretty good show here. Hopefully a very pretty good show here. I'm on the pole. This is going to be pretty interesting. I did change the gear as far as 1 and 2, I guess, to make it a little bit shorter, so that it's not quite as tall. So hopefully I got a little bit more giddy up on the start. I got a feeling I'm going to get railroaded. Try this.
Drivers, start your
Here goes nothing. Go easy on me, folks. Was not expecting to be on the pole. Warm the tires up a little.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
See, now it's more appropriate to use that because we got the pace car out here. Now, keeping in mind, in this Enter 2003, there is no collision on the pace car, but I'll go ahead and hit it anyway. How about that?
Stay behind the pace car.
He doesn't do anything to it, but there you go. So you can picture out all the things, all the items that we got in there. We got the animated frames on the big screen. Obviously, they still need to be updated, like I already mentioned. We should see the flagger. The restart zone was working pretty good as far as when we tested the last stream, so it should hold true, I guess, even here. See how that goes. So there's plenty of things that we can test out in this session. The fact that I'm up front here, I'm going to try and take advantage of the way the restart works, for sure, or as the initial start in this case goes. That zone that we've got dialed in, I guess, as far as to be within that, the painted lines, as far as that actual restart zone should only fall in that zone.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice, smooth
We'll
shift.
see how
I'll
this
walk
works.
in front of you.
We got the flagger placeholder
man,
right
pace
there
cars
on the
Get ready.
wall. Right there. Yep.
Grind,
So
grind,
still within
grind,
that
grind.
zone. Oh, I'm getting railroaded. Holy crap. Jimmy got a good jump on me. Oh god, Rusty's trying to get me too. Oh, Jimmy got a really good jump on me. Oh, we got to see. We already got a caution. That was to be expected.
All the way to the line. All
This
the
is
way
what
to the line.
I
Gotta wreck.
witnessed in so the side-by-side racing, as far as the double style restarts, with the way I've got the AI bunching on initial start, it tends to be, you get a little bit antsy, for lack of a better way to put it.
Hit road close. Hit road close.
Man, that Jimmy's fast. Holy
Crossing down.
man.
Crossing down. Go ahead. Get caught up. 30.
Yeah, so that was to be expected. Like I said, to kind of count on that. Whether or not the AI bunching on initial start will need to be adjusted down a little bit. Or up, I should say, actually, because we want them to be a little bit further apart on initial start. We won't have this as much. That's basically how that would work. So we've got the, if I remember right, I'm going by memory. I'd have to look at that post-race here. The initial setting, I think that's on the bunching, I guess as far as our initial start, I think is at 0.995, which puts them really, really close. It's less than 1. So might need to bump that up a little bit. We want them to be close, to kind of keep the formation tight, but not quite that tight. Where a caution comes in. What is this? Imagine the pace car was solid? Yeah. See, they used to be solid prior to Enter 2003.
0.6.
So in N4, N3, and so on, and like that, it used to be a solid car. But one of the John Vaughn, what are you booing? He's catching up on. Nothing good happens in the skull. The bot doesn't like you, I guess, very much. So yeah, as I was saying, as far as one of the reasons that Papyrus had decided to go with a non-solid pace car for this version was because a lot of problems existed in online play. As far as not necessarily leagues, but on the Sierra lobby. As far as when you raced online, the pace car caused collisions, I guess, as far as coming out onto the track and wrecking cars as it came out, for example. So that was one of the reasons that they decided, one of many reasons that they decided to go with a non-collidable pace car. So you have the visual, I guess, of the pace car, so you can actually keep pace, I guess, as far as what's even cooler is if you try to pass, the spotter is going to let you know. So it's like it's a nice visual, I guess, to have, not only with the flashers, but also just to stay in line.
Hold on, let him go.
Yeah, I'm letting him go. Alright, so what lap are we on here? We didn't get very many laps, and we only got barely 2 laps in, I guess. And that, like I said, that was to be expected. The way the INI is set for the AI as far as the bunching on the initial start,
30.
just needs to bump it up a little bit.
0.5. 0.
All in the mail. Y'all having fun with those sound alerts. I appreciate that. Glad y'all having fun with the sound alerts. John Von was not having a very good time, I guess, with the skull, unfortunately. Wow, we almost got the... Oh, there you go. You almost got that.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, it's funny. Want me to hit it again? I'll hit it again.
Stay behind.
They yell at me, but I'll hit it. Gives me a chance to kind of warm the tires up too. Gotta keep those tires. Gotta keep all the bristle.
Pull over and let him go.
Hey, what are you doing here, Jimmy? What are you doing to me? Oh, he's the leader. He's the leader. My bad. I forgot. Yeah, you did. You get to jump on me. GG's to that. I wish more streamers had them. As far as the sound things, yeah. I've been considering, I guess, as far as to put some more in there, I guess, that are more relevant, I guess, to what I'm doing here. So I got the one racing version there. Obviously, for anybody that knows Days of Thunder, and knows where that quote comes from, that must have been a big wreck. Let's see if the lights go out this lap. Well, yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. We had a good 4 laps of caution there. Must have been a big wreck.
Outside row. 1 minute 30.
All right, Jimmy's got the preferred line actually.
2 0.
See if we can get the
Stay
jump.
behind. 48. Outside road.
Figure out which one's what. Yeah, as far as which one's sounds to put on there. Yeah. Yeah, 2 of them are John Von's actually. They come exactly from just so the Rumble that's in the Channel Point redemptions, as well as the horse fart. Ripping the wall. Those both come from John Von. That was through some of his gameplay. The Rumble comes from when he was diverging, I guess, into Fall Guys, of all things. And I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong there, John Von, I guess I think the other one was based on playing some WoW. It was one of the MMOs I tend to like to play. Yeah, not to hit the pace car, no. Definitely not that one. I think anybody that knows that movie, as far as they know exactly where that comes from.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice move.
Alright, here we go.
I'll walk in front of you. Go get it.
Man.
Alright, man. Pace cars
Squeezing me.
Get ready.
See ya.
Okay.
Oh man, I need to make that a little shorter. Oh man, you got to get another good jump off me.
Clear low. 1.
Damn it, Jimmy.
2. 8.
Man, he's fast. Holy mackerel, he's got that thing hooked up. Shouldn't get him. We got a single file start that time. No double file. So yeah, it should definitely go green the rest of the way. Oh crap, spoke too soon. Damn it. Oh, gotta race it back. Race it back. Old school racing, man. Race it back.
Hit road close. Big wreck here. In turn 3. Kinda got a couple cars stuck on the bottom here.
Alright. Jimmy got a really good jump on me again.
Go ahead, get caught up. 32.
Yeah, so definitely probably have to make some more adjustments, I guess, on the initial AI bunching. This is all.
48.
Oh my goodness, there was a big wreck. Look at all the smoke. Big wreck here in turn 3. We'll have to check out the replay. Pace car's coming out solid too. I guess as far as being able to catch the field, that's good. It's another thing I take note of, I guess, as far as all the functionality of the track. And I think this is going to finish, sadly, under caution. I think we don't have that many laps left. Let's see. Can I put this on?
My main pit road will be open this time.
This doesn't step on my scene. So we only got... We're in 7 to 17 laps. We still got 10 laps, so I guess we got a few laps left. So we got the flagger up in that position. It's just strategically placed, I guess, for now. That's where we were testing out
next time, 10 to go, next time, 5, keep thinking, 1.
we were checking out the restart zone. So the restart zone, as you can see, and even on those two initial starts there, it's falling within right in that zone that we've got outlined for the track. That's something else definitely testing out, or is whether or not it needs to be tweaked down. We got 10 more laps. He just called it 10 laps. Good time to wreck Jimmy. Yeah. The problem is a lot of times when you wreck another car, you wreck yourself too. That's no good. Yeah, I'm telling you that they really got that car dialed in. It's got me both initial starts here. Initial start and restart. Holy smokes, he took off like a rocket. Yeah, see what it, have to steal his notes there, just as far as what is he doing in that car. Little nudgy nudge, little Rubbins racing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, little Rubbins racing. Little Rubbins always racing. Alright, so we've got, probably by the time we get back going again, we'll probably have about 8 laps left. There's another thing I want to monitor here, because this is how many laps of caution we get. So really nothing we can do about it. Just depends what the game determines, you know, how bad of a wreck it was that caused the caution. Yes, we got another lap here.
30.
So far 2 laps of caution.
6.
We're going into our 3rd lap of caution. So usually at minimum there, so there is what's called what we consider a quickie caution. So like if you wreck under caution as far as on initial start, then that's kind of one version, I guess, of the quick caution. You kind of just reset the field or whatever, unless you totally wreck yourself out and or another vehicle, then it changes everything. But so the system that is NASCAR 2003 as far as how it scores and how it flags people. The fact that you still have to race back under caution, they don't do that anymore. It's like when it's caution. It's caution. You don't pass anywhere if the field is frozen, right? That still doesn't necessarily exist. Now, when you race in online, that's a different story. But as far as racing with the AI here, they'll race you back as far as under caution. So you got to make sure. You got to remember, as far as sometimes when you're racing on a server, as opposed to like in a league with this sim, as compared to racing with the AI, whole different animal. But you want to make sure all these things work too. Watch him roll into the wall. You should put fellow streamers there you go. Yeah, so you could create cars or whatever as far as right?
We have 1 to go right here.
Yep, so that was so we had three laps of caution.
35.
Not too bad.
8. 2.
Yeah, that's one thing that's a huge detriment. I guess sometimes, all depending on how bad. You don't want the caution come out, because sometimes you're gonna at least count on getting 3 to 4 laps of caution minimum. That's probably one good reason you don't. But if you're one of the cars that are involved in the caution, as far as like trying to avoid the wreck and get you wrecked yourself, then it gives you a chance to be able to pit. I just didn't really need. No need for me to have to. Alright, let's switch this back over. There we go. I had to switch over some of my hotkeys, I guess, as far as my scenes, because it would have definitely stepped on some things as far as like this. So I wanted to make sure the standings going back and forth between that and so on still worked. So, the big question is are we going to be able to catch Jimmy before the end of this thing? So we've got, how many laps left? Yep, 8 laps left. Yep. 7 by the time you hit the stripe. Alright, here goes. And we get the jump on Jimmy. Right, not another single file.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you. Go get him.
You're going nothing.
Alright, man. Pace car's in. Get ready. Okay.
Oh my god, did he take off? And he got me. Man, I need to gear this so much better.
Outside.
Exactly.
30.
Got Rusty trying to get me on the outside.
7.
And I think he's gonna get it.
8. Still there.
Oh baby. Oh, baby. Oh, this is so much fun, though. Oh, God, I pushed.
Tail's out.
Ah, come on, man.
Gonna be out.
Yeah, we definitely need to adjust the
All the way to the line. They're all over the racetrack.
all that bunching there. A little too close together, I guess.
Hit right close, hit right close.
Race it back. I lost another spot.
32.
So the fact that during pit stops or whatever in this game, you don't have the ability,
Crosses out. Crosses
let alone any simulation game,
Caught up.
any racing simulation, you don't have the ability to change the gearing. You know, once you got your gearing, you know, as far as like what you qualified with, that's it. And that holds true, I guess, with this sim. This is what I've got to work with, so this is what I got to do. But I'm going to make some more adjustments to that so that the first and second gear are quite as tall. It's a little bit better. They're still getting a pretty good jump on me on these starts. And it's not that I'm sleeping at all. I'm in the gas, but it's just like the gear is just too tall. Got to shorten it up a little bit. You'll probably go up another tick on at least the first or second
will
gear.
be open this time.
Don't need to pit. Hopefully we got some green flag racing going on here. So that's just, what is it, third caution now? And a lot of this has to do with just the way we've got the AI and the INI adjusted to run a lot closer together. We saw the way they were racing, how close they were, and they're pretty close.
0.6.
They will race each other hard.
3.
That's kind of what we want. We don't want quite as much, you know, that causes cautions. Play the toasty, nice. Yeah, I was trying to, Torch, I guess, as far as the jump to restart. You know, take advantage, you know, so you have that restart zone. So anywhere in that restart zone you can go. Doesn't matter if you're the leader or not. As long as you're within that zone of that restart, you can go whenever you want. So as far as the jump to start, that might be what I have to do to get a leg up, I guess, on these two guys now. I got Rusty and Jimmy Johnson in front of me, though. That Jimmy's car, holy smokes, he's freaking smoking. Smoking fast. I'm surprised he didn't get the pole. Yeah, you should put those streamers on your banner. Yeah, that was a bit of you. That'd be funny. Yeah, I think it is all it's all in the gear. At this point here, Torch, you're not wrong. Cause I'm definitely not sleeping. Like I said, I'm right in the gas, I guess, as far as and if I had a little bit less tall of a gear, if I had more of a shorter gear on first and second gear as far as my starting gear, it would help honestly. I was trying to kind of balance out, because the more you adjust like the
1 minute.
the lower gears as opposed to the upper gears, you tend to adjust your final drive, you know, as far as your final gear. So that's why I was trying to be careful not to go too crazy, I guess, as far as with adjusting it up, as far as to make it shorter. Gives me a little bit more initial acceleration on the start. I want to get that RPMs up there, get it revved up. That's the whole key to it. More revs means more better starts and restarts. Alright, so second lap of caution. See if the lights go out this one here. So we've been getting about 3 laps of caution. It's not too bad. I think the wrecks are probably pretty bad, so we got some wrecks to it. That one, you could definitely get, they still had residual smoke as far as when we come back on the backstretch to catch the pace car. That must have been a nasty wreck. I don't know if I would go that far. No, I'd probably just go one more tick. I'd probably go, if I was to play around with first and second, I'd probably go 2 ticks on first and 1 tick up on second. But again, I want to keep in mind as far as that final gear. I don't want to get too close, I guess, to that. So, not deterring too much, I guess, from a 1-to-1 final gear.
So you have 1 to go right here.
Yep, 3 laps
Line
of
up
caution.
single file.
So we've been pretty consistent through 3 laps of caution. It's pretty cool.
0.79. 3.
There's quite a few people that like that fart sound. Yeah, who doesn't like a good fart sound, right? All right. Yeah. So there's some other sound sound effects, like I said, been considering is to put in there, you know, like maybe an air horn. I got the truck horn as far as that's been playing homage, I suppose you could say. I guess as far as I've been doing some trucking quite a bit, I guess on Tuesdays. That seems to be a thing on the channel with trucking. So if you like catch a little bit of trucking on Tuesdays, you can feel free to catch that. I think I'm gonna anticipating, I guess, the release of Wyoming coming out for ATS. Primarily is what I do on trucking on Tuesdays. So if that definitely does interest you and you want to catch more of this type of content on the channel, make sure you hit the follow button on the channel, get the notifications for when the stream is live. Also on the social medias, so you can feel free to check out the social media links in the channel. !social will get you all the links to that as well. Bot will be kind enough to let you know as well. Okay, we're going green.
I'll call the green there.
Going
Nice
green,
smooth
folks.
shift. I'll watch in front of you.
See if we can go green
Go
the rest
get
of the
'em.
way.
All right, man. Pace car's in. Get ready. Gang.
Oh man, I tried to. It kind of bunched up there. Oh man, now I got them all passing now. Oh man, I got jacked up there. Oh god.
3.
And I just blew the motor.
8. Still there.
And I'm sliding in my oil.
Yellow's out. Keep digging.
Oh
Gonna
my
be
god.
out.
I
All
totally
the
blew
way
the
to
engine.
line. Come on. All the way
That was
to
my
line.
fault. Totally miscue on my part. I totally downshifted and I blew the motor. Fair enough. Oh man, did I get?
Really have some major issues there. You got a
Do
wreck
you think?
in turn 3.
I'm not gonna be able to make it back.
Pretty good looking treacle. Oh, there's.
Oh my god. I totally slid in my oil too.
I think he's down a cylinder right
You
here.
see that? You see that smoke come up out of that? That was totally my fault. Alright, let's go ahead and restart here and we're gonna watch the That was ugly. That was freaking ugly. Well, they got. Oh, there was another wreck after. Oh, Jesus. Goodness. Okay, so let's go back to where I was. Let's put it on my car. Which. Sick. Oh, wrong way. We're just gonna let this ride out. Okay, there we are. Oh my god, did I totally jack up that start. See, you can see right where I blew up. Right there, I downshifted and I blew the motor. Oh, that sucks. Revved it right up. Ken's just like, get the hell out of my way here. I kind of took out a few people, I guess, along with me. Ah, nuts. Yeah, air horn would be cool. Also join the Discord, pretty cool. Appreciate you joining in on the Rock Nation. I do try to keep everybody informed what's going on pre-stream and post-stream, in between streams, all that good stuff. So yeah, feel free to. You only had one lap to go anyway. Can't believe I did that. So it's probably gonna finish under caution. Oh man, Junior got wrecked. Oh my gosh, look at see the damage models on this, and the one this mod that Splash and Go did. Fantastic. Look at the damage on this car. Just trying to finish his laps. Tony Raines. Oh my god, he lost his whole front end. That was Casey Mears. Wow. Yep, so everybody's just 99 got a piece of it. Tony still looks clean. Yep, Jeff Burton's car got a taste of it. Danny Schrader. Not everybody got wrecked, but quite a few good cars got wrecked. Got the 19's got a little bit of fender damage. Let's see who else. Jimmy went up in the front. Gonna finish. Jimmy's gonna take it. Guess Rusty couldn't catch him. In fact, I think there's one more lap. Nope, race is complete. Ended up so quite a few cars on the lap down field there. So the first car lap down was the 97, and of course I'm in that mix. Fair enough. Pretty cool. Yeah, so all things considered, whatever, I think way we've got the AI set up in the INI, it's, you know, it's to be expected, and there's definitely some things we can do, and I'm going to go over that as a finalization, I guess, of the stream here, just to kind of show what would need to be adjusted, and we'll test that out next week. Totally flubbed it on, you know, that was I tried to jump the start, and I was trying not to screw everybody up, but I had several cars trying to pass me. I was just trying to make up for that, and I was just Totally flub the ball. Totally flub the ball. That's all it comes down to. Yep. Alright, so the race is over. I'm just waiting. Let him cycle all the way through because it's right back into pit road. And finally, this is deal. We'll go ahead and take a look at some of the adjustments that we'll need to make in the INI. What did the pace car come out there? He's just going ahead and parking now. I don't need to be out here anymore. Yeah, so everything that we've got in the track, as far as all the new logos that are on the front stretch, the billboards, all this stuff, seems to play really nice there. We had really good frame rates based on the settings that we've got in our graphics and so on, and didn't have any problems. And this is like I had already previously mentioned. This is a very detailed, very detailed mod, just much the same as the Monster Energy 19 mod by Splash and Go, same modding group. And I always like to use these mods, I guess, as far as to be able to test these types of things, tracks. So let's go ahead and check some things out that we can change in our INI. So let's let me switch quick. Give me a second. Stay with me. Alrighty then. Let's exit out of that. Switching on over to. Yeah, so just everything that we've experienced there, we're going to take a look at what we can adjust. Just give me a moment. There we go. So let's switch this over. Okay. Put that monitor off. Alrighty then. So what we need to look at, based on what we just witnessed, there is. And I back up here. Sweet. Alright, let's switch that. Okay, so this is what we've got as far as everything that we just witnessed, what occurred there. So on the initial bunching, all the bunching that was happening on the initial starts, even shortly after the initial starts there, what that was equating to is this AI bunching and drafting distance. We did lower that, obviously, and the fact that the 1.3, as far as the initial start there, maybe a little bit too close. We had it at a 1.7. We're trying to get him to go a little bit closer. We could probably stretch this out a couple of different ways. You go up one tick, for example, maybe a 1.4. In fact, let me move this over here. Adjust some things. Give me a second. All right. This is the one thing I need to adjust in the studio, I guess, as far as to make it a little bit more accessible. Be able to go back and forth between editing and all that stuff, but we're going to work with what we have. So the 1.3 needs to go up a little bit so we can eliminate some of that initial crashing or whatever on the initial start. That's what that's waiting to. So we're going to bump this up to 1.4. So as I make these changes, we're going to test this out next week to see everything we've done. So just this will be a play into next stream. With that being said, too, I want to make it clear too. For next week, as far as the 28th of August, I will not be streaming for Spline Design Studios Saturday. I may try and do a stream prior to that, possibly on a Friday. We'll just have to see how it goes. I want to, as much as I hate to have to miss the Spline Design Studios Saturday, since I don't stream as much on the channel as it is, but the fact that I have some things I need to attend to, I guess, on the 28th of August for next week. So I want to make sure that I squeeze one in there. I already got one I got to make up as already prior to that. So I'm trying to keep them to a minimum. And I'm going to do my damnedest to try and squeeze in a stream, I guess, prior to that. So it might be on a Wednesday, maybe like that. Just if you're on the Discord, if you're on any of the social medias, as far as on the Twitter, I'll keep everybody informed as far as like when that's going to happen, so that you can all make sure you don't miss it. Yeah, I want to make that abundantly clear too, so you can mark it on your calendar that on the 28th for next week for Spline Design Studios Saturday, that would be the normal time slot on the channel. Will not be streaming. Have to do some scheduled IRL things, so it's like, as much as that sucks, not a whole heck of a lot I can do about it. Alright, here we go. Where are we at? So we wanted to bump this up just one tick. And like I said, you want to do very minor changes in comparison to what I was doing previously, as far as like when I did the extreme, I guess, of the die adjustments, and you saw what the result was. That was not very favorable. So the other thing we want to do to eliminate, once the race starts, I got this down to a 9.995, so it's less than a 1, right? So this is why we're getting caution after caution after caution. They're racing a little bit too close together. So what we can do here is, I took this out 3 decimals, so this is kind of show you, you can take it out that far if you want to, as far as to get less than 1. We had it originally at a 1.3. That was a little too far apart. So we want to go somewhere in between that. So I'm thinking to bump this up to like maybe like a 1.01 or 1.1. And a 1.01, 1.1, so we got to keep in mind as far as what it was originally at. Now, these values, it's probably fair to mention, 1 means one car length, okay? But just to kind of give you some clarity, so the fact that we've got this at less than a 1, that kind of gives you the idea as far as why we're getting so many wrecks as we do, because they're basically trying to run right over top of each other, because it's less than 1. But just to try that out, just to see how that would respond. If it runs favorably, then leave it that way. What also comes into factor with this value is also the line modifier. The fact that we've got this bumped up to 1.02, we could also balance that out by lowering the line modifier so that they don't necessarily change lanes as much, so that you won't get that caution after caution. So you can pair it up by lowering this value as far as the line modifier and bumping up the drafting distance, or just doing one or the other. But we could do one or the other. I think what I am going to do is just bump this up to a 1.01 or 1.1 instead of a 1.3. That'll still get them to race a little bit closer together, but not quite as close as they are currently. Hopefully that all makes sense. So I'm going to bump this up to a 1.1, and it's still less than our original value of 1.3. Right? So that's what we'll start off with next stream. And like I said, keep your eyes and ears peeled, I guess, as far as for when I'll let you know, I guess, as far as that. I might, anything as far as if I think of it initially there, I might try to squeeze it in there on a Friday. But it might be a Thursday, it might be a Wednesday. So just, like I said, keep your eyes and ears peeled, I guess, as far as when I announce, I guess, as far as when that be. If it ends up being, I guess, as far as in an inconvenient time, I guess, for you to be able to join and see what's going on for next stream, I apologize for that. I want to try to do better, I guess, as far as at that, I guess, as far as in the future. But as it is right now, there's just things I have out of my control. I'm glad you had fun there, Mitchell. We hope to see you around here again real soon. Appreciate you stopping on here and see what we got going on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. Hopefully some of the the sound bits and the mini chat games that we have in there were beneficial too. Alright, I'm going to take a quick little look here, and I'm going to go ahead and save this, number 1. Save that, we'll be testing that next time. And let me take a look here real quick and see if I can find a raid target. And once I do, send you all off in style. We'll send you off in that direction, I guess, as far as once I find a raid target. If I do, if nothing else, I will conduct, I guess, as far as what I consider a soft raid, and just host on the channel. So you can feel free to stick around regardless, either way, or the raid and or the host on the channel. Appreciate it if you do. I mean, I didn't really make that much change to it there, Torch, other than those 2 values there. That's why I'm leaving it up there, I guess, as far as if you want to take note of that. There's really not anything else that's been changed besides that. I did send you the iron, I guess, as far as last time there, so I just wanted to... yeah. You can maybe test it out yourself too, I guess, as far as to see if that is going to be sufficient. I'll probably do some offline testing here to see what it is. I'll probably leave it at that just to, regardless, just so I can show the comparisons of the way it raced today as opposed to next stream. Alright. This did not work out very well. Let's see if I can, give me a second here. Let's do this. Oh, this is not working out for me. Oh, I didn't realize I slid that up. Nice. It lets me know, I guess, as far as all the sound alerts that were used there. I'm glad everybody's finding good use, I guess, for the sound alerts. Gives me a little bit more incentive, I guess, to put some more, Oh, couldn't quite give yourself a shot just yet. Not just yet. Alright. I do appreciate everybody that did stop by. Stuck around for what was going on for Spline Design Studios Saturday. Again, if you are liking what you see on the channel, you want to see more of that, make sure you hit that follow button on the channel, get the notifications of when it's live. Also, feel free to check out the social media links on the channel, as well as in Rock Nation Discord. I'm on the Twitter, and we have our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page. Alright, I think I got someone I'm going to send y'all to. I'm going to switch this on over to the raid scene real quick. And again, I do appreciate y'all sticking around, I guess, either for the raid. If you need to go, totally understandable. And we'll be seeing you again next time. No harm, no foul. Alright, so let me see if... oh, goodness, why did it do that? Hold on. What are you doing to me? That went full screen, that's why. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know it did that. Sweet. Alright, so I'm going to put the link in here, I guess, as far as where I'm going to send y'all, just in case the raid tends to follow up, as they sometimes seem to do. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Look forward to prosperous week, I guess, coming up there. So if I don't see you again real soon, I'll see you sometime. Bye for now, folks. Let me put this link in here if I don't forget. Come on, raid. All right, is that working? Yeah, it is working. All right, see y'all folks later.